Texas is hot, I can be cold. Grandma cried when I pierced my nose. Good in a glass, good on green, good when you're putting your hands all over me. I'm alright with a slow burn, taking my time, let the world turn. I'm gonna do it my way, it'll be alright. If we burn it down and it takes all night, it's a slow burn. Yeah. In Tennessee, the sun's going down, but in Beijing, they're heading out to work. You know the bar down the street don't close for an hour. We should take a walk and look at all the flowers. 'Cause I'm alright with a slow burn, taking my time, let the world turn. I'm gonna do it my way, it'll be alright. If we burn it down and it takes all night, it's a slow burn. Whatever feels good. Old soul, waiting my turn. I know a few things, but I still got a lot to learn. So I'm alright with a slow burn. Slow burn. Slow burn. I'm alright with a slow burn.
If I call you, then I'm crazy. If I call you, if I call you, you ain't gonna answer. If I was ever just call you, see my problem is I want you to know who I am. But all that matters is that I know who I guess it must have been a ghost. I don't see no one. Every time I get close, can't keep you around. Thought I knew you, but it must have been a ghost. I don't see no one. Shame on my eyes, thinking you were real. Now today, all them horses run a bit faster. So I know if you want it, baby, you can give me an answer. But see, my problem is I want you to know who I am. But all that matters is that I know who the hell I am. I picture young honest Abe twiddling them thumbs for 2 weeks. No letter has he received. Are you one of those people that would rather disappear than show up and disagree? Or give us a thank you, but no thank you. Goodbye, take care. I already got one. We cried together once, no. I guess it must have been a ghost. I don't see no one. Every time I get close, can't keep you around. Thought I knew you, but it must have been a ghost. I don't see no one. Shame on my eyes, thinking you were real. Shame on my eyes, thinking you were real.
It seems that I won't be warned, and certainly I saw a sign I raised like a woman scorned. But something about you got me gone. You're pulling me back and I'm going under. A little peace, a little love, a little bit, is that enough? I can't fight away this love. I knew that I should give you up. I tried to run, but got my heart stuck. I can't fight away this love. Can't fight away this love. The things that I want and need, they always seem to be at odds with me. Why? When did heaven get this heavy? Everything's right until it's wrong, but something about you feels like a home. Baby, you know that you got me gone. You're pulling me back and now I'm going under. A little peace, a little love, a little bit, is that enough? I can't fight away this love. I knew that I should give it up. I tried to run, got my heart stuck. I can't fight away this love. A little peace, a little love, a little bit, is that enough? I can't fight away this love. I knew that I should give you up. I tried to run, got my heart stuck. I can't fight away
Oh my God.
Can't fight away this love.
What the fuck is wrong with me?
Can't fight away this love. Can't fight away this love.
I don't know.
That I can't give you up. I can't fight
I do not know. I think you actually streamed already today. Will got home and was like, "Are you at your computer?" I said, I am. He's like, are you streaming again? I was like, I can't stop. I can't stop it. I can't stop myself. Help. Help. I was like sitting there. I was sitting there and filling out my stream titles. Like, I literally can't stop doing it. No, it's because I'm stupid. And since I'm traveling to St. Louis now last minute, I'm going this weekend, even though I'm going to be doing streams. I'm like, oh, well, the schedule's going to be a little funky. So I'm just going to stream again right now. Not good. This is you right now.
Stu, what are you doing?
Making chocolate pudding.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Why on earth are you making chocolate pudding?
Because I've lost control of my life. Here's your pudding, Angelica.
Oh, that's okay, Uncle Stu. I'm not hungry anymore.
Yeah, at 4 a.m. I was gripping my stomach in absolute pain because Will accidentally poisoned me, but it was totally out of love. And I was like, oh, great, I have to get up in a few hours. Hello, Brian, thank you for the 22 months. Millie, thank you for the 10 months. Nick Sav, thank you for the 10 months. Ashley, thank you for the 42 months. Flunky, thank you for the gifted. M. Marshy, thank you for the 15 months. Excess Like You, thank you for the 25 months. Oh, all right, let me drink my juice. This is something interesting I think more people should be talking about. If it's not Laura Dern in White Lotus. I think Matt
wore a hat once.
Matt had the best take on it. He's like, God is, what did he say? He said, God is starring in the Bible.
My hat theory thing. This hat. And then, like, conspiracy said worn this hat once. That, like, Tom lives in the hat.
Genuinely felt like they were trying to kill me.
I, like, have, like, a dark version of myself that is, like, taken over. Once I wore the hat.
And I loved
The hat.
But I genuinely felt like this hat.
Trying to kill me.
Everywhere.
My hat. My hat.
This hat. Trying to kill me. Do you know what? That's it.
Okay, I don't know what that background thing is. It feels like it's like a psychological warfare type thing. But I will say, Zendaya can pull off literally anything. I do not fuck with this hat.
Zendaya defending that hat.
It is very psychological thriller vibes. Whatever is happening in the background here. We don't talk about the hat because frankly, nobody can wear this hat. That's just how it goes.
Careful now. I wore a
That's just how it just, yeah, I wore a hat once and it's the biggest hat. I think we need a new term. I think we need a new word because I don't think that's a hat. Round Girl, thank you for the 8 months. Apricot, thank you for the 42 months. Love the interview this morning. Yay. Yeah, if you missed it. So this is my second time being live, which always makes for a really weird day because I'm just kind of perpetually exhausted throughout the day and feel very loopy. But I got up this morning because I had a great conversation with Lois Shearing and Kylie Chung. We really only scratched the surface, but it was still super informative. And I'm glad that we were able to connect. I also love when people like I can introduce smart people to other smart people and kind of create this circle now of people who are doing similar work and are of similar mind. So it was cool because when I reached out to Lois goes, "It's so crazy. I just literally finished listening to your episode on A Bit Fruity where y'all are talking about smear campaigns." And I was like, wow, that's such a small world, and cool because I love, as I said, expanding people in this specific world that I have found myself in. And then, so getting to introduce Lois to Kylie was great. And I hope that, I hope I can have him on again. The reaching out era is on. Oh yeah. Oh, what? Hold on. Dragon Hazard, thank you for the bits. Girl. Girl. So cool you're able to get Lois on. Yeah, I'm glad that all worked out. Really good stream this morning. Thank you so much. So if you are here for stream number 2, shouts out. Shouts out to people who are here in the morning and are now here in the evening. I appreciate it. Also kind of insane of you. I know sometimes I get crazy like this. I can't help it. Caroline, are you going to play Tomodachi Life? Even Donna is in the game now. Donna's in the game. Oh my God. Donna is in Tomodachi Life.
My name is Donna. It's nice to meet you. My name is Donna. It's nice to meet you. My name is Donna.
Donna.
It's nice to meet you. Today is April 28th. My name is Donna.
I'm not going to lie. Donna, it's peculiar to hear Donna without her voice.
It's nice to meet you. My name is Donna. It's nice to meet you. My name is Donna. It's nice to. My name is Donna. My name is Donna. My name is
just over and over again.
My name is Donna.
When I go to sleep tonight, it's just gonna be hearing my name is Donna.
My name is Donna. It's nice to meet you.
Yes.
Today.
He goes, yes, that's the one. M. Marshy, thank you for the 15 months. Dragon Hazard, thank you for the bits. Thank you so much. Okay, so is this Hassan's brother? Yeah, it's his other brother, aside from Murat. Here's the real hard-hitting news. We are going to talk about Sam Levinson because I do need to destroy this man. Exclusive viral Sydney Sweeney Euphoria on-set fart video clip isn't real. Damn, this is why I'm live again, just so you know. The reason that I am live for a second time is because this is the type of hard-hitting news that I need to be sure I am always live so that I can cover. Because I know some of y'all were sitting there going, oh my God, I need Caroline to talk about the on-set video fart clip of Sydney Sweeney and whether it's real or not. Because I just don't know. This can't be real. Okay. God damn it. This is so... Here's the deal. A short clip of the bombshell superstar is spreading like wildfire, appearing to show her ready to film the popular HBO series, and it sure sounds like she passes a little gas, as action is called. There's been heated debate about whether it's real. Well, the sound effect was added by some clown looking for clicks, and it very much worked. One version of the clip had over 1 million views. Bottom line, anyone who thought the gas clip or feud was legit can blow it out there. You know what? Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe the Sydney Sweeney farting during BTS of Euphoria season 3 is not real. Girls don't fart or poop. Exactly. Yeah. Investigative reporting. You know what? What if I just went and worked for TMZ and did this kind of investigative reporting? I'm like, hey, y'all, starting a new job. I am now an investigative reporter at TMZ, and these are my stories. I'm like, hey, y'all, how do you feel about my first day as an investigative reporter at TMZ? Did I do a good job? Yeah, 3K sub goal. I'm just going to keep putting things at 3. I'm going to keep putting things at a 3K sub goal and be like, okay, if we hit 3K subs, yes, I'll go be an investigative reporter for TMZ and do this kind of hard-hitting journalism. Japanese paper, thank you for the 18 months. Thanks for all the education over the years. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Tigo, thank you for the 16 months. 50K, I'm doing a Benson Boone backflip. And I will do celebrity. I will fart investigate every celebrity. Of all the timeline consuming convos about Euphoria, this is not one of them. Yes. So anyway, back to Sam Levinson. We are going to talk about this man today because I decided to watch the first episode of Euphoria so that I could see for myself how bad it is. And oh my God, Sam Levinson could not more clearly hate women. So he simultaneously puts a lot of his female characters in sex worker type of roles, but then is very degrading towards sex work. Like you can tell this man has very holds very disgusting views towards sex workers. All of the women, degrading towards women, degrading specifically towards sex workers. If you are a woman in a Sam Levinson project, he will probably write your character in a way that is intended to be humiliating. I've never watched Euphoria and I never will. Weird ass show. I mean, I enjoyed parts of season 1 better. But I liked season 1 better than I liked season 2. And then obviously there was a big time gap in between season 2 and season 3. And in that time, he had done that stupid ass show, The Idol. Yeah, because Euphoria season 2 came out. Euphoria season 1 came out in 2019. Season 2 was 2022. And now there's 4 years in between season 2 and season 3. And it does feel, with the exception of Sydney Sweeney, everyone is held hostage doing that show. It does not seem at all like any of the actors want to be there. It's giving that they are contractually obligated. But yeah, he did that show, The Idol, which we went through that whole thing. And now he's got season 3 of Euphoria. I'm like, oh yeah, no, this man hates women. He really does. I thought the first season was good. Season 2 was a shit show, and I refused to watch season 3. Again, the reason that I watched episode 1 of season 3 is I was like, I want to talk about this, and I want to see for myself, because I saw a lot of people going, this is a goddamn mess. And also the anticipation of season 3 being that it would be a mess. When teasers were posted, when certain pictures hit the timeline, like Sydney Sweeney in that fucking dog outfit, everyone was like, oh yeah, no, this is gonna be as degrading as we thought. Get to episode 3 this week. It's a mess for sure. Dressed as a baby. I know. Okay. What is this? Diana Rossini. Oh, Diana Rossini. What's going on with her? Is she on Diana Rossini? She on leave or something? What's happening with the two of them? Made a playlist called Turn in the Page that she shared with the username Mike on December 19th, 2022. Mike Vrabel, which just so happens to coincide with a 4-game Titans losing streak. Oh, she made him a playlist. Let's see. Okay, wait a sec. Let's see what's on. Just a TLDR for those of you who don't know. So, this is an affair between Mike Vrabel, who's the New England Patriots defensive coach, whatever. He's New England Patriots coach. And then sports reporter Diana Rossini. And they were caught in photos together at some resort. And they're both married. Oh, he's the head coach. That's right. Ooh, he's the head coach. So then we did a deep dive, and there are a lot of iconic moments in that deep dive. TMZ is taking pictures of Vrabel's wife with her wedding ring still on. TMZ, go back to stalking politicians like Lindsey Graham. Don't be stalking the wife of Mike Vrabel. Leave that woman alone. No, see, this is the bad TMZ. This is the TMZ that we do not fuck with. Okay, go after these losers in DC. Come on. Need TMZ to be weaponized against politicians. Right. When TMZ started doing that, we were like, okay, TMZ. All right, let's see this playlist. Turn in the page. Diana Rossini and Mike. Just Mike. Maybe it's Mike Myers. I don't know. All right, we got Cuff It by Beyonce. Big Energy, Lotto. Break My Soul, Beyonce. Okay, clearly love this album. House Party, Sam Hunt. My Love, Route 94, Jess Glynn. Pump It Louder. Tiesto and Black Eyed Peas, Pump It Louder. Raise Your Glass, Pink. Bass Down Low, Dav and the Cataracts. Can't Stop, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Last Resort, Papa Roach. Welcome to the Jungle, Guns N' Roses. Photograph, Def Leppard. God of Thunder, Kiss. Dance the Night Away, Van Halen. Renegade, Styx. Is this a sex playlist? Also, how the fuck did somebody find this? People got too much time on their hands. Last Resort is literally about suicide. Okay, we got a lot of vibes going on in here. Everything from people use their full names on Spotify. It's not hard to find. I guess I just wouldn't think of looking on Spotify, but this person did. And this is hard-hitting journalism. Again, you doing the Lord's work. What an incredible love story. You should check out the website I run where I do things like this and people pay to read it. Can we listen to Bass Down Low? Just to give you an idea.
If you wanna get with
Me.
There's some things you gotta know. I like my beats fast
and my bass down low.
Bass down low. Bass down.
You know what? This song fucking slaps.
I like my beats
Fast and my bass down low. I am laughing at the idea of Mike Vrabel listening to this song after 4-game Titans losing streak and being like, this is what I needed.
Bass down low.
Bass down low.
I like my beats fast
And my bass down low.
It's like 1, 2, 3.
This song and Fly Like a G6.
Tank this thing along with four more shots.
Fly like a
Don't give fuck
G6.
about going home. Straight buzzing, robo-tussin'. Wanna get your mitts in my oven. Wanna
Takes me
get
back
a lick
to
of this
college.
lovin'. Get a lick of this lovin'.
Yeah, I like it loud, and I'll make you shout. Give you that black eyed peas, you know that boom boom pow.
Wanna get with me? There's some things you got to know. I like my beats fast and my bass down low. I think that is sex code. That's code for sex. I like my beats fast and my bass down low. Mike Vrabel was like, okay, can't be too fast because it might kill me. What about medium?
Down low. Bass down low. I like my beats fast and my bass down low. Drop it to the face down low. Bass down low. I like my
Damn, Dev really did have us in a chokehold. Damn, this was an era. Take me back. Take me back. Had some goddamn bops. Beats fast. This is like 90 beats per minute. Well, for some people, it's fast, okay? All right. You can actually see Diana's songs and Mike's. His part starts at... Oh, wait. I didn't even realize there's... Oh, wait. No. This just shows the evidence of the Titans' 4-game losing streak. Pump it louder. Pump it louder. Yeah, I gotta say, got some bangers on this list. I mean, Break My Soul, Beyonce from Renaissance. The Pink song, I'm sorry. I'm gonna say something. I cannot stand this song. I can't even listen to it. I can't. I have always had an interesting relationship with Pink where I am well aware she's a great performer and also does crazy flips and is flying across the stadium. But a lot of Pink songs, I don't fuck with. Maybe also they've been played into oblivion. But I just don't think I've ever been, a fan. It's also, her songs are super, super commercials. Let me revisit. Hold on. Let me go back to Pink. Let's see. Okay, this is not popping up. Let me find what I fuck with. I don't listen to it outside of that Billboard period. All right, well, it's not even wanting to pull up. My mom loves Pink. Yeah, I think that makes sense. A lot of moms love Pink. Why does Pink only have 2 songs on here? I don't know what is happening here. You're dope. Hope you're well. I am well, thank you. It's one of my favorite videos.
Finally, we have Monet Exchange versus Trinity the Tuck, and it is So What by Pink. Do you like that song?
I'm not really like a huge Pink fan.
Yeah.
Drag Pink. Drag her.
You
want to say anything to Pink personally?
I really just don't like her. She's a bad seed on this earth. You can cut that out, right? Please.
I like that we went from, I don't really like her, Pink, to she's a bad seed on this earth.
Finally, it's the battle between Monet and Trinity the Tuck, and they are lip syncing to So What by Pink. What do you think of this song?
Love Pink.
Oh, God.
I really hate that song.
She is my favorite.
She is my... You know what? Why are there even any other artists when we have Pink out there? Why are there any other songs when we have So What? Everyone else should just stop. Why do you need anything? Why do you need anything more? When we have been gifted Pink. I like Raise Your Glass. Maybe it's also because I have trauma from Glee and a lot of Pink songs ended up on Glee, you know? I think there's certain songs that I simply cannot fuck with because of Glee. Glee. Sometimes Glee could make a song better, and then a lot of times it's like, oh no, this is destroyed. It's also very millennial derogatory wedding coded. Yes, I think I have a lot of memories from my early 20s with friends getting married, and it was all stuff like Black Eyed Peas and Pink. And I was like, I never want to get married. Thinking this is the only kind of I'm 24 years old. I'm like, this is the only kind of music you can play at weddings, then I'm never getting married. Old Black Eyed Peas is fire. Sometimes. Sometimes. But I think listening to it now, look, I'm a proud millennial, but there are times where I go, this is cringe millennial. Where's the Love? Oh, you know that I will still sing every word of Where's the Love. What's wrong with the world, mama? People living like they got no mamas. I think the whole world's addicted to the drama. Only attracted to things that'll bring them trauma. Overseas, yeah, we're trying to stop terrorism, but we still got terrorists, Hassan Piker, still living. In the USA, the big CIA, the Bloods and the Crips, and the KKK. If you only got love for your own race, then you only leave space to discriminate. God, I know every word. And to discriminate only generates hate. And when you hate, then you're bound to get irate. Yeah. This madness is what you demonstrate. And it's exactly how anger works and operates. Man, you gotta have love that you set us straight. Take control of your mind and meditate. Let your soul gravitate to the love, y'all. Wait, y'all, what if I did Where's the Love for my sister's wedding? I'm the maid of honor. Do you think people would pick up on it? If I did it in a very wedding speech, you know what I mean? If I'm like, thank you all. Thank you all for being here today. I'm so excited to celebrate my sister and the love of her life, sealing the deal, getting hitched. And I just have a few words. That I want to share with you all. So if you can raise a glass. I would like to say, people killing, people dying. Children hurt and you hear them crying. Can you practice what you preach? Can you turn the other cheek? Father, there's my dad over there. Father, Father, help us. Send some guidance from above. People got me questioning. Where's the love? Congratulations. Congratulations to the newlyweds. Let's party. And then they just go right into actually playing Where's the Love? Where is the love? It would slap. I turned to my mom. What's wrong with the world, mama? And she's like, oh, a lot. People living like they ain't got no mamas. People living like they ain't got no mama quans. That would be such a banger. Yeah. As far as doing numbers, I think if something like that were to end up on TikTok, people would try to kill me. They would see that and be like, yeah, this girl needs to die. I'd be like, you know what? I'm not totally disagreeing. The wedding speech challenge. Hashtag wedding speech challenge. Do you do funerals? I can. I can do funerals. It just ain't the same. Old ways have changed. New days are strange. Is the world insane if love and peace is so strong? Why are there pieces of love that don't belong? Nations dropping bombs. Chemical gases filling lungs of little ones. I can't believe we lost grandma. She was an 89-year-old little one. Okay, I added that line in. That one's an original line. Is this your hidden talent? Maybe. Oh boy. Let us bring back millennial era in its full. It would do well on Facebook. Yes, they would try to kill me on TikTok and Facebook. They would be like, love her. All the Facebook moms would be sharing it with an emoji, with the 1-tier emoji. The 1-tier emoji. I'd invite Quan to my wedding. Not gonna lie, what's the rate for said theatrical speech service? I gotta figure it out. As of right now, free. Legit salvage. Thank you for the gifted. Okay, now on to singers who are talented and cool. Casey Musgraves taps Mariachi Brothers, detained by ICE to open Texas shows. That's my fucking queen. You got Ella Langley doing bullshit, like bringing out Theo Vaughn and going to Kid Rock's joke of a festival. Not all the country girlies are the same. Casey Musgraves is bringing the Gomez Cuellar brothers, Antonio, Caleb, and Joshua, and they are a trio of mariachi playing brothers and were tamed by ICE earlier this year, and they're going to open 3 of her shows in Texas next month. The gigs are part of Musgraves' upcoming Middle of Nowhere tour, and tickets go on sale Wednesday, April 29th. The brothers age 12 to 18. Oh, they're kids. Oh, classic kids being arrested by ICE. Yes, thank you. Thank you, ICE, for arresting children who are in a mariachi band. Yes, keeping us safe. The family had fled from cartel members in Mexico and entered the United States through an asylum claim in 2023, putting down fresh roots in McAllen, Texas. Both Antonio and Caleb are part of Mariachi Oro, the award-winning mariachi band at their high school. And Antonio is recognized as the top mariachi trumpet player in the state of Texas. Thank you. Thank you to ICE. Thank you for Trump for taking these gifted child musicians and taking them off the streets, cleaning up the criminals. Yep. Youngest sibling Joshua is also a mariachi musician. The family's detention sparked widespread outcry in Texas against the Trump administration's deportation policy. Do you know what fucking sucks? I never even heard of this. This is the first time I'm aware of this family. And that is because the numerous instances of this happening where you simply can't be aware of everything because it happens so much, so often. The family was released in early March. Musgraves announced the lineup news on Instagram, sharing a poster for the upcoming shows. Aside from being a vocal Trump critic, Musgraves recently told NPR about wanting to spotlight Tejano music and mariachi musicians on her new album, Middle of Nowhere, which arrives May 1st. Casey Musgraves is kind of single-handedly kind of single-handedly making the country genre not just totally MAGA. Last hope for country music. Yeah, she's doing the work. And she's great. Love Casey Musgraves. Love her music. In this modern time that we're in, I really want to go an extra mile to really show the Mexican culture that I deeply appreciate, that I see it, and that it matters. Ultimately, in ways that I wasn't even aware of, it's influenced me as a person, who I am, and the music that I make today. Love Casey since 2018. Yeah, she's dope. That's intentional. Spread the outrage so that no one family gets the support. The next day, there's a new story like this. Oh, yeah. Flooding the zone, keeping people overwhelmed and distracted. Tyler Childers is a cool country artist who's popular and not right wing too. Yeah, there's definitely a few of them, but Casey, I feel consistently I see her popping up in the news, doing good stuff. Speaking of music, y'all ready for this one? Dun 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 dun. Justy Rhodes, thank you for the 6 months. Okay. Taylor Swift praises Somber to New York Times. If it had just been left at that, that would have been bad enough. I would have been like, really? Praising Somber to the New York Times? You are choosing in your New York Times interview to praise Somber? Of all people? Okay, but hold on a second, because it gets better. I'm a massive Somber fan. Really, girl? Of his songwriting. And his lyrics are so intensely confessional. I don't want another man's child to have the eyes of the girl I can't forget. Are you kidding me? Having a male artist say stuff like this is really good for the cause of women to be able to say stuff. If there's any way we can make confessional songwriting a little bit more of something that isn't like people take that as like you were being messy, you have to be fair to everyone then. I don't even know where to begin with this. Love her version of feminism, which just continues to be something. I also, this idea that Somber's lyrics that are intensely possessive over his ex's future child, that's good for the cause of women. I don't even know why why did I even bring on Kylie Chung and Lois Sharing this morning to talk about what's good and what's not good for the cause of women when I could have just played Somber's music. Could have saved myself hours of reading Lois's book in preparation. Could have saved myself arranging an interview conversation. I just needed to play this line. I don't want another man's child to have the eyes of the girl I can't forget. Yeah, that's definitely not creepy at all. It's just a weird ass lyric. Look, at this point, I don't expect anything actually empowering, actually truly feminist from Taylor, but she does manage to still still cause me to just really wonder what's going on here when these are the moments she chooses to speak up. It's like how and when Taylor Swift chooses to speak up. How and when Taylor Swift chooses to speak up. And look, Swifties, I feel you have to objectively agree that this is absurd. Somber is who we're choosing to uplift as a lyricist who is really good for the cause of women to be able to say stuff. So first of all, we're lifting up a man. We're lifting up a man to like highlight how great this man is for women's cause. Women's cause to be able to speak openly. Not other female artists who are out here being transgressive, who are out here challenging power, who are out here challenging gender standards and saying things that women are not supposed to say. No. No, instead, let's have this Zoomer dude who at his concerts is saying bark for me to his 12-year-old audience. That's the guy? Really? You're a massive fan of that guy's songwriting? Come on. How can we go back to being friends when we just shared a bed? How can you look at me and pretend I'm someone you've never met? The devil in your eyes won't deny the lies you've sold. I'm holding on too tight while you let go. This is casual. Here's another one. You're so pretty, makes me want to cry. You're so shitty, makes me want to die. Call me on your burner phone whenever you're home alone. So your baby don't know what you're doing. You tell me that it feels so wrong. When you're coming back for more each time, hope you pray Jesus forgives before you die. Tell me, is this what you wanted? It's killing me. You're so dishonest. You pray to God, you think you're a prophet, but even she knows how you're so dishonest. Wait, do we use dishonest twice in that? I think so. Yeah. You were clever, knew when to deliver your lines and make it seem like you weren't that bright. You were better in every way by design. Too good for a man's confine. How come we never even dated? But I still find myself thinking of you daily. Why do you always leave me aching when you were never mine for the taking? You're pretty, nice to romanticize, but you don't make yourself easy to like. You like to have fun. You dance around the line of what is wrong and what is right. You know, I'm just going to say I don't really get it. Also crazy to say this about somber of all male artists when Noah Kahan exists. Right. It's like if you're if you're going to praise a male artist in your interview with the Times and praise a male artist specifically in context of how they make it easier for women to be able to say stuff. Why somber? Why that guy? Is something else going on here that I'm just not seeing? Am I missing something? I appreciate this segment for helping to dissolve my imposter syndrome, RE songwriting. Well, also, you, before you songwrite, should be thanking Somber Are you kidding me? Having a male artist like him say stuff that is really good for the cause of women to be able to say stuff. So make sure that you give your thanks every time you sit down to write songs. Yeah, hashtag ad by Somber's RP. What is this? On the one hand, I'm like, okay, yeah, this is pretty Taylor Swift coded. But on the other hand, I'm like, this is so nuts. This is so stupid that I have a hard time believing that it's totally organic. Look, I hate to say anything that could be seen as defense of him, but he basically was in high school when he wrote that. Okay. Here's some more. Would you forgive me for everything I haven't apologized for? I killed a part of who I was to keep you on my side. Would have been you. Would have been you. Would have been you. Would have been you. Do I ever cross your mind? I have a photo of you in my bed. When I look at it, I smell your scent, and I can feel you breathing down my neck. This is from his recent album. Thinking you're weighing down my chest. I have a photo of you in my bed. When I look at it, I smell your scent. I feel you breathing down my neck. Think you're weighing down my chest. Now, here's the thing. I wouldn't really give a fuck about this if Taylor Swift were not holding him up as this unbelievably gifted songwriter, which it's not giving that. It's really not giving that. Okay, it's pretty basic shit. It's pretty basic shit. But it's not just that. She's like, thank goodness that Somber is doing what he's doing out here because it helps women to be able to say stuff. I'm like, women have been saying stuff long before Somber was born. I just have a real issue with her specifically choosing to praise this guy. It's if you wanna praise male artists and the lyrics of male artists, there are 8,000 others that I could suggest that I would consider before Somber. We don't need a 19-year-old to feel. Yeah, how old is he right now? He's like 21 now. Something, 22 maybe. He's 20. He's 20. I'm sorry, but as a 33-year-old woman, I also am not, this doesn't hit for me. And I don't understand why it hits for Dave. Well, Hogan, thank you for the gift to Somber fan and Bark for me. Thank you so much. Yeah, this may be one of the most revealing things that Taylor Swift has said. I'm going to keep it a buck. One of the takes of all time. Filibusta, thank you for the 26 months. She doesn't know how to age. This also is revealing to me that Taylor does have arrested development. Taylor is a person who I think is stuck in this age, in this kind of realm of music where Somber is the 20-year-old Zoomer. And I'm not saying that Zoomers can't have music that hits for me. Okay, you know I'm out here listening to Olivia Rodrigo. But I also would never, I would never talk about Olivia Rodrigo in a way that erases the many, many female artists who came before Olivia Rodrigo and paved the path for her, you know? Kind of shocked me learning Taylor and Adele are only 1 year and 7 months apart in age. Yeah. I think it's like when you find out streamers are in their 30s and you're like, oh, I thought you were 20 the way you were acting out here. And it turns out you're actually a 35-year-old man. Can we praise Mitski instead? There's just so many. There's just so many more. There's truly so many more. And I think even if you're a Somber fan or a Taylor Swift fan, if you're Swiftie, I feel that this take is one that you can go, yeah, that's crazy. There's so many other options, and somber is not even close to being the first to do confessional or even like elevate the genre of confessional lyricism. It undermines women in music history from so many genres and cultures. Are Swifties now going to be listening to Somber? Are they like, well, yeah, exactly this tweet. Having a male artist say stuff like that is really good for the cause of women to be able to say stuff. And it's also like, Taylor, could you get a little more specific? What is stuff? Having a male artist say stuff that's good for the cause of women to be able to say stuff. Stuff? We're saying stuff in 2026. We're saying that, oh, it's great that we can say stuff. What's the stuff? I haven't even gone into the word salad that is this answer. There is video of this quote.
Excited that, like, I'm a massive Somber fan of his songwriting, and his lyrics are...
I'm going to be so for real. When I first saw this quote on my timeline, I usually try to do my due diligence and confirm that something is true. But I especially did because even though it's Taylor, I was like, there's no way. There's no fucking way, dude.
Are so intensely confessional. I don't want another man's child to have the eyes of the girl I can't forget. Are you kidding me?
I feel like I'm being psyoped. No, I feel like this is a joke. What do you mean? Are you kidding me? What do you mean? Are you kidding me? This 20-year-old is being possessive and creepy, and you're like, oh my God, this is the most insane thing. Move aside. Move aside, sonnet number 6.
Like, having a male artist say stuff like that is really good for the cause of women to be able to say stuff. I'm really excited that, like, I'm a massive Somber fan of his songwriting, and his lyrics are so intensely confessional. I don't want another man's child to have the eyes of the girl I can't forget. Are you kidding me? Like, having a male artist say stuff like that is really good for the cause of women to be able to say stuff. And really,
it's even worse hearing it in the clip. Who's next? Jelly Roll? Might as well be like, oh, and while we're speaking of great male lyricists, can we get some love for Jelly Roll? For Mr. Jellybone? Oh my God. I'm so glad that Taylor, who has always been very intentional with how and when she chooses to speak up, is saying this right now in this moment. Somber saved women. If you are a woman who's been saved by Somber, who has been waiting your whole life for lyrics like,
I'm a massive Somber fan of his songwriting, and his lyrics are so...
If you have been waiting your whole life for lyrics like this...
intensely confessional. I don't want another man's child to have the eyes of the girl I can't forget. Are you kidding me? Like, having a male...
Have you thanked Somber today? Yeah. Have you been saved by Somber? And if so, have you given thanks? Are you kidding me? Girl, this is you. What else can I even say? I was waiting to say stuff. The way she says, are you kidding me? Like any AP English kid across the country couldn't write that is sending me. That's what kills me, because Taylor loves to compare herself to English teachers. You know, the whole your English teacher and your gym teacher got married. She and her fans They talk all the time that one of her strengths is lyricism. So I do think it calls into question at least her own taste when she's saying, "Are you kidding me about a lyric like this?" And the rest of us are like, "No, we're not kidding. Are you kidding us? Wait, are you doing the kidding? Who's joking here? Who's doing the kidding?" Her lyricism isn't that good. Her references are hollow. Have people even heard Fiona Apple? No, because the only artist that exists is Somber. It's bad taste, and I do think I think that is clear. That is clear in the bad taste. Somber invented music. Did you thank Somber today for inventing music? Anywho, I know I'm being a dead horse at this point, and yet that is so absurd. That is so absurd. They just heard that one admittedly decent album that was recorded with the dudes from the National who are real ass musicians, and she became a serious songwriter. Here's always what my response is. There's a lot of other music out there, is what I will say. There's a lot of other music out there. And I think I shall recommend that if your music listening begins and ends with Somber, you are really keeping yourself from a lot of great music. Rhyming girl with world ass lyrics. That fucking hits. That fucking hits. Okay. Anyway, she basically says in this same interview she doesn't have any new ideas since teenage years. Makes sense that she'd see herself in Somber's mid. As I said, I do think this is quite revealing. And I think what people have criticized Taylor for a while now, talking about how it feels like she is stuck in a very specific time period and she is not moving on past it's giving peaked in high school. And I think yes, she meant it when she said she was feeling 22.
I hate this because I love it so much was when I wrote the song Love Story. When I was 17, sitting in my bedroom, mad at my parents because they wouldn't let me go on a date with a guy who was too old, so I shouldn't have been on a date with him anyway. And this is why you need to discipline your kids, because they might write songs that go number one. It's still such a mystery to me. I've been writing songs for so long, and they never quite happen exactly the same way, and I still don't quite understand how it works. I have this very strong opinion that when you're young, you feel things on such a intense and detailed level. There's an attention to detail when you are like 17 to 22 years old and you're longing, or you're reaching and grasping but never holding.
And that's all fine if she hadn't spent her whole career focusing on this. You know what I mean? This is not just somebody kind of revisiting their old music. This is somebody demonstrating that even as they get closer to 40 than they are to 20, that they're still stuck in that era because that was their peak. That was like something that I think they just did not develop past.
And I've always tried to, like, without being a completely unhinged adult, keep that level of detail and intensity when it comes to trying to describe a feeling.
A lot of celebrities fall into this, I imagine. Yeah, I mean, I think we talked about this yesterday with Channing Tatum. Channing Tatum, who's posting very, 2010 style content. But this does happen, that people become famous. And at the age that they really become famous, that they're at, and I mean, Taylor's still obviously very famous, but that it brings along a lack of maturing, a lack of developing, that you kind of get stuck. You are stuck in this era, trying to relive high school or rewrite their high school experience. And when you're marketed to a certain age demographic, it's like your music isn't growing up as you and your fans grow up. It's still appealing to the same age group that you always appealed to. Again, she wrote Evermore and Folklore after COVID. Her best albums, in my opinion, they were very mature. I don't understand the step back. Yeah. I don't know. It's like she is marrying the football captain. She is very much giving Taylor Swift in her music videos from 15 years ago. Kind of reverting, going back. But also, it's like she's had a lot of, she's made so much money from that. She still gets the reviews. She still gets the constant discourse. She still gets the 28 different variations sold. She makes so much money. Tortured Poets, or not Tortured Poets, Life of a Showgirl made a ton of money. Yeah, ASSS was so successful. ASSS like created its own economy. Yosen, thank you for the 15 months. Yes, a second stream. It's true. Folklore and Evermore were written with members of the band The National, which is why they are awesome. I feel like those two albums too, she didn't, it doesn't feel like, you don't get as much of the sense that she is trying to write commercial music that is very much in the vein of Taylor Swift. Like when people think of Taylor Swift songs, and I think with Life of a Showgirl, she had so much success from ASSS. And I think also as she's getting older, she is reverting back to her high school days. That definitely happens. People kind of fight getting older by living in the past, whether or not you're a global pop star. Another person who's gone through this, but on a somewhat different level, is Nicki Minaj. I mean, we've also seen this with Katy Perry. Katy Perry's music that she put out and then went on tour for, it was like, this is very much trying to reheat nachos. This is not Katy Perry demonstrating any new type of artistry. That she's very stuck in her most successful era. It's giving Woman's World. Oh my God. Fucking love it.
Sing once again with me.
A strange duet.
My power over you grows stronger yet. And though
Skyva said we have a parallel comparison of what if Taylor actually grew up in Haley Williams. I think we actually have an interesting parallel case where Haley Williams became famous at the same age as Taylor, and the way she went about her career and the way she interacts with the music industry has made it so she developed into an adult still. Yeah. No, there are there are definitely examples of artists who are always pushing who are pushing boundaries, who are trying new things, who are not just trying to relive their past, not demonstrating that they are stuck in a specific era, that they are stunted in their growth.
oh, you turn from me to glance behind. The phantom of the opera is there inside your mind.
Now coming to pitch, the Phantom of the Opera.
I spent the last 14 years on Broadway.
God, I love it. I love it.
Phantom of the Opera here in Yankee Stadium for the Bananas Broadway superstar. Swing and a miss! Derek Klena as the Phantom of the Opera, and you get the bow as well from Derek Klena. A big ovation from all of his teammates as well.
Fan of the opera and baseball. Like I said yesterday, I'm fucking sad. Shows the difference between people who do soul searching and evolve as a person and people that don't. Yeah, I think it should be pretty obvious when you are an artist as to why why being stunted in your growth, not evolving and maturing is not good for your artistry. It's not the same thing as if you're talking about someone who is not a major musical artist, even though I still think as far as your development as a human being goes, it's still not great to be a person who's trying to constantly relive a specific era of their past and live in the so-called glory days and kind of be the person who's peaked in high school. But yeah, when you're an artist, it's really important for your craft and your art to be maturing. I think we need to put Taylor Swift on Survivor. I think it would change her for the better. Yes, and Taylor got to a point that she's a billionaire. She's the biggest pop star in the world. She really doesn't have anything that she can even be reacting to, anything that's a challenge. She's engaged, right? Has become engaged to the star football player. So yeah, maybe you know what? Maybe Josh is right, and we need to throw her on the Survivor Island, and that will force her into something that is quite different than what she has been, than what she's been doing for a long time, or alone. Or maybe maybe take some acid. Maybe Taylor Swift takes some acid. I'll do some of that with you, girl, for the first time. Tanya, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you. As someone who's kind of been stuck lately, it's very motivating to never become like this. Look, we all get stuck. I don't think being stuck because things aren't happening for you in life is the same thing as being an adult and trying to remain in a period of your life that's like 15 years ago, when you were a teenager, when you were in high school, even in college, just that youth era when for Taylor, it was all about boys and struggling because she wasn't the girl who the boys were into or whatever else. She needs to experience ego death. She just has everything. And I think that's showing in her music. Girl, I'm bored. Let's have ego death. I have always wanted to make Austin experience this. And I think it could either be the best thing or the biggest nightmare. I would die to see how Austin handles. I think he would totally freak out. I do. He would, you know what? It's funny. He would be worse than Farley. He would be worse than Farley when Farley accidentally consumed a bunch of mushrooms and he went on a journey. Austin's reaction would be even worse. He is so high. He's so high anxiety. I think it could be a disaster, but it also could be life-changing. It could be legendary. Farley did what? Yeah, I've told this story before, but one time Farley got into mushrooms and he did a lot of mushrooms. And essentially the vet was like, well, he'll be okay, but he is on a heroic dose and you will need to monitor him because he will experience symptoms of it. And so for hours, I sat with him and he was tripping. He went on a journey, probably saw into the future. I remember at one point I said, do you want to go outside? Let me take you outside. Let's feel the breeze. Let's sniff the grass. I took him outside and for a couple minutes, it seemed to be the trick. I was like, yeah, this is nice, right? Being in nature, it's good. And then suddenly his eyes got really big. And I was like, oh no, what do you see? Oh no, what do you see? His eyes got really big. And he was like, nightmare. I said, okay, we're going to go back inside. And then I built a fort out of pillows and blankets on our bed and played some music, some nice ocean sounds. And I made it very peaceful. It's like, is this better? And finally, I want to say after 6 hours, he finally went to sleep. He came down from the crazy ass trip and he was able to rest. But yeah, there was a lot of this. At one point he was staring at Will's knees. Will was sitting there, we were on the couch with him, and he was staring at Will's knees and just kept being like, it was like, I know, they're freaky, huh? They're freaky. I'm not even on mushrooms like that, and knees are weird. I agree. They're really weird. And then he also just kept sticking his face in between Will's crossed legs. I was like, do you feel safe there? Do you feel safe like that? The TT boy. I know. And then afterwards, Will bought him a Grateful Dead collar because he thought Farley was now all chill and whatnot, which he's not. He's still the TT boy, but you're like, wow, maybe he's maybe he's got a different vibe now. 100% would have recommended activated charcoal if that had come to the animal hospitals I used to work at, but what the fuck do I know? I'm just front desk. I think the biggest concern was that the mushrooms he had consumed had chocolate in them, but luckily it was very watered down, weak chocolate. It was milk chocolate. And so that's the thing that poison control says is always the biggest concern. So if this ever happens to you, hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it doesn't, because it's scary until it's not. I definitely had a breakdown, and it was awful when we first realized it happened. But so the main concern is if it's chocolate mushrooms, because mushrooms are in the wild. So it's not the first time that a dog or an animal would have consumed mushrooms, as they do grow in the wild. And he did. The other thing is he consumes so much. So I was just like, oh, he's going to be so scared. Cutie McBooty, thank you for the gifted. Drip Rubies, thank you for 21 months. Old Man Tullius, thank you for the 17. Private Pile, thank you for the 37 months. It's very scary when your pet gets into something they shouldn't, and then you feel a lot of guilt and you get really scared. And yeah, and also this is not across the board the same for anything your animal gets into. So please don't go, oh, well, my dog ate this other thing, but it should be fine because Caroline was talking about Farley eating chocolate mushrooms and that he was fine. So yeah, don't apply this to everything your dog consumes. But the one good thing with mushrooms is that they are natural, they grow in the wild. So the biggest concern is if there's chocolate. And don't be giving your dog cocaine or anything like that. Okay. I mean, don't be giving your dog mushrooms also, but it happens more often than you think. That was what poison control told me, because I was crying on the phone. I'm like, I'm the worst. I'm the worst. They're like, this actually happens all the time. An ex's dog went into my backpack and ate 3 tubes of mini M&Ms. We had to pay $3,000 to pump his stomach. He weighed like 10 pounds. Yeah. And by the time we got home, the other scary thing is by the time we got home, or by the time Will had discovered it, well over an hour had passed. And so that was why when I called poison control and then talked to the vet, they're like, well, at this point, if he is not throwing up or exhibiting more serious symptoms, now you just have to wait for it to pass through his system. So it was good that he hadn't gotten sick, but it was also like, oh my God, if anything had happened in the hour and a half before it was discovered, Farley was fighting fucking demons. I know. By the time Will found him, he was probably already on his journey. Yeah, my little TT. It's very scary considering how small he is. Yeah. Lesson learned that Farley that day, Farley will in fact jump up on things, because before that he never would do that. He would never get up on chairs. He would never get up on the counter. He would never get up on tables. And that was the day that we learned that, yes, he will. Yes, he will. Can he speak now? I'm convinced that he can half speak, because a lot of times he'll open his mouth. He'll look at me and he'll go, and he's not barking or anything. He's opening his mouth like he is speaking. Did he learn his lesson? Fuck no. Of course not. We just had to be so much more careful after that. Oh, I hear him. Hey! Yeah, I'm talking about you. You piping up? Okay, let's talk about why Sam Levinson needs to be stopped.
What is going on? Many of us
What
didn't
is
think it could
going
get
on
worse
in
with the
Euphoria
scandals
season
and controversies
3?
the show has had over the years. But yeah, Season 3, Episode 1 alone has really been the icing on the cake for a show that was seemingly already at its tipping point. With one episode, Season 3 cemented the show.
Kind of wish someone would leave shrooms around for me to get into, TBH. I mean, you could do it yourself. You could leave the shrooms around and be like, oh my God, what is this? And get into them. Be like, oh my God, who did that?
Fall from grace. What once was a 84% score on Rotten Tomatoes
falling to
Big
a
White, thank you for
sad
10 months.
43. Unless it has a 360 turnaround, I'm starting to think that the show is pretty much done for at this point. For those who have no idea what Euphoria is, or don't know any of the drama behind the show, I did break it down in my last video, so if you want more of the behind the scenes, then you should definitely go give it a watch. Now, I didn't think that I would be making a video on Euphoria again this soon after my last one. I was going to wait until the entirety of season 3 was released before watching it. However, I kept on hearing some of the craziest things,
so
but I
crazy.
thought, you know, it wouldn't do any harm in me just giving it a quick watch. Well, it did, in fact, do harm to my mental well-being. And as I can't afford a therapist, I'm talking to you about it instead. The show has recently premiered the first episode of the 3rd season, and let's just say, we have a lot to unpack. Euphoria is a HBO hit series created by Sam Levinson, starring a huge cast of big names like Zendaya, Jacob Elordi, Sydney Sweeney, and many more, that has been running since 2019. And throughout the course of the creation of the show, it has been hit with controversy after controversy. Starting off as a series about teenagers.
Also, remember that when this show first came out, it was real widely revered. People were talking about this show like it was the second coming of Jesus. Jesus was coming. It was very, very, it was very popular, and people were really into it. They're like, this is great. This is a show that is depicting drug abuse issues and other issues affecting young people in this world that felt both new and just for the most part well done.
Navigating their way through love, drugs, and relationships to whatever it is.
You know what? The soundtrack was also a banger, though. That's true. And I will say in season 3, it is missing Labyrinth, because Labyrinth had a big fallout with Labyrinth. Was it HBO or was it Sam Levinson specifically? Anyway, there was drama there where Labyrinth, who did the music for the previous 2 seasons, Hans is great, but I feel like Hans was kind of just doing whatever. Hans also, I think, maybe was making music for a different show, and it does not fit. And so the music was a big part of the show's vibe, and I think the world building in seasons 1 and 2.
Is now.
Did you see the clip where Alexa Demi's character is walking to the wedding and Hans Zimmer is playing the xylophone? Yes. It's very odd.
Hey, what did you eat? But before we get into the fallout of the episode, the season was ultimately a mess before it even got aired. From a doomed
Alexandra, thank you for the 11 months. Jules was a character who made me feel like I could be seen as attractive and be loved. She's such a comfort character to me. I've been afraid to watch season 3. Yeah, and it was also I think it was obviously Hunter Schafer's vehicle and introduced the world to Hunter Schafer, and we don't have a lot of trans representation, and certainly not a trans character like Jules was in season 1. So it really is such a 180 from how the show premiered to now how it is in season 3, and it feels like it is very deliberate. It feels very deliberate that Sam Levinson is trying to humiliate and degrade the women in the show. That it's like he fucking hates them. And also I also think he's trying to be provocative in a way that's obviously so nasty and forced and weird. And this is why you need a writer's room, I will say.
Production to a controversial premiere, leaving the season off to an already terrible start.
Hunter is back in season 3, but the characters all have taken a drastic downward turn. The good character writing of season 1 is just nowhere to be found.
superstar, which I do go into more detail in my previous video. But when making that video, the episode was yet to be released, so my hopes for the show weren't completely lost. As you know, it could have gone one in two ways. I struggle with watching anything that makes me feel nauseous, and let's just say, if you're the same, we're gonna have to get through this together because, oh my god. Throughout the series, there have been many scenes that have faced criticism due to the unnecessary amount of nudity, depiction of emotional and physical abuse, substance abuse, and just being outright disturbing. And for the last 2 seasons, which I feel like we always forget, those things were happening to the teenage characters, like they were teenagers. From the very beginning, critics calling it exhausting, lacking in character development, and just outright bad. And yet, season 3 of Euphoria had looked at that and thought, nah, we can do worse. Euphoria Season 3 was announced to have begun production on the 10th of February 2025, and just a few months later they had wrapped, and soon enough we had a trailer, a release date, a premiere, and a fan screening at Coachella. With Sam Levinson having the motto of evolve or die, it's pretty clear that the show did ultimately evolve, but into a shell of what it once was. However, Season 3 that we see today was not actually the
I feel like I've only heard bad things about Sam Levinson. Yeah, he's a Nepo baby who's a piece of shit.
original Season 3. Before the strikes, COVID, Sam had a bulk of Euphoria Season 3 already written, but it was ultimately scrapped due to many things like the unfortunate passing of Angus Cloud, who played Fezco, as he was meant to have a large role in this season, along with the fact that Sam went on to work on a completely different show, The Idol, which we will get onto more later. So when it came to eventually creating the 3rd season, it made sense to have a 5-year time jump. The new episode of Euphoria was first screened on April 7th at the premiere, but officially got released on April 12th. And that brings you pretty much up to date with everything that has gone on thus far to do with Season 3. So before we can dive into the discourse and focusing heavily on the way that Sam Levinson writes his female character.
Did he make that show at the weekend, The Idol, which was also a goddamn mess?
Let me give you a quick breakdown of the episode. And don't worry, okay? I know a lot of you guys in my previous video had never seen Euphoria, so you don't need to have watched the show. And to be honest, this season is ultimately so different from the last 2 seasons that it could just be a completely different show anyway. Spoiler warning, to those who want to watch it, I am going to be explaining the whole episode. As someone who has watched it, I was happier before. You know, I don't know if it brought any value into my day, but you know, you do you, okay? If you want to watch it, watch it. If you don't want to listen to the breakdown of the episode, skip to the time on the screen. So without further ado, let's give it a watch. The episode starts off with Rue driving like a madman across Mexico. To reach the border, she pays someone to get over the border, but her car gets stuck.
Someone mentioned Malcolm and Marie. Malcolm Marie really shows how he hates women. I think Malcolm and Marie also was a film that aired out his fucking grievances. Sam Levinson clearly has a chip on his shoulder because his father is a famous filmmaker, is an Oscar-winning director, and Sam got his start working on projects with his dad. So I think Wizard of Lies which was another HBO show, that was something that he worked with his father on. He also likes to hire other Nepo babies, which maybe, I don't know, maybe there's something psychological there, but he definitely has a chip on his shoulder. And there's one part of Malcolm and Marie where, a lot of the dialogue is really pissed off criticism of this white female Los Angeles Times critic who gave Malcolm's film a terrible review. And a lot of people have likened that to a real life female freelance critic from the LA Times who poorly reviewed a film Sam Levinson did in 2018 and talked about how it's very sexualized violence, very male gazy, etc. And so it seems to be autobiographical, despite the film having two black leads and Sam Levinson. And yet Sam Levinson seemingly made this film to hit back against this freelance female critic who pissed him off because she didn't like his movie.
Stuck and decides to hop out of the car and begin to walk. When we are hit with the Western, the good, the bad, and the ugly looking title card, And just to remind you, the last 2 seasons looked like this, and the absence of Labyrinth's music is just so depressing. But at the same time, honestly, leaving the show might not have been the worst decision that he could have made. Rue reaches a village where she stays with a religious family. Then she gets a lift.
How can you tell if a writer hates women or if they're portraying the struggles women face? Genuine question. I'm not defending weirdos. Yeah, no, good question. So essentially, if the female characters are very restricted in playing stereotypes, when they are objectified and exploited, not for the sake of like making any point about exploitation, but because the director and or slash writer sees women this way. And I think in specifically Sam Levinson's case, him choosing to not just have most of the female characters be in really lose a lot of the characterization from season 1. And he basically just seems as if he wants to sexually exploit them while also having personal gross views towards sex work. So it's his constant sexualizing of female characters, really gratuitous nudity, specifically with the women, without there being like commentary to justify it. When their essay or any violent traumatic experience is sensationalized, yes, it's giving exploited because those are the personal views of the creator. Just no depth to the writing. I get so sad every time Faye's on screen because he doesn't see her as anything other than a porn actor. Yeah. The way that he views Faye as only a porn star and nothing more. So therefore, has no issue with denying agency to her and other female characters who really he's just kind of homogenized. And so pointlessness and it's gratuitous. I see. There's no script sometimes. Every decision is made by him on a whim. They don't seem to have control as actors, especially in earlier scenes. There's literally a scene in season 3, episode 1, where Homegirl's just getting railed from behind while a giant Nazi flag is revealed. And you're like, what is the point of this? What is the point of this? Is it just to sexualize this woman because that's how you view women? It's quite clear that Sam Levinson views women through a very highly sexualized, objectified lens.
To the bus station by one of the family members, Ruby. Rue gets on the bus and heads to California, making her way to Laurie's house. Now, who is Laurie? Laurie is a drug dealer who has kind of always been after Rue, ever since she fronted Rue a suitcase of drugs when Rue was in high school with the expectation that she'd sell them to repay the debt. However, Rue's mum flushed the drugs away, leaving Rue with nothing to pay Laurie back with. We then get a time jump back a few years to when Rue was working in the smoke shack, where Laurie showed up and said to Rue that she owed her $10,000, but because of interest over the last 46 months, it is now $43,887,000 because, you know, math. However, Laurie says that she was...
It's also like, why specifically, if you're going to display characters experiencing humiliation, why for the women is it pretty specifically and explicitly sexual? Why is the humiliation of female characters always sexual in nature? And again, it's obvious when you watch, especially season 3, that Sam Levinson is not making any commentary on on gendered violence in this world, on the objectification of women. He's just participating in it.
Settle for 100.
Oops, I keep seeing this clip and it makes me sick how obvious it is that Sam Levinson is gross. Yeah, it's a lot of shots of women like this.
Maddie didn't know what she wanted more. To get in between Nate and Cassie, or make a little money.
Why are we doing a close-up shot of this?
Maddie didn't know what she wanted more.
Yeah, this is what I mean by the music, though. It is it's very off. Dyla, thank you for the prime. Laminated Turd, thank you for the prime.
100,000, which leads Rue to become ultimately Laurie's little helper. She becomes a drug dealer, where Rue and Faye become body packers. Enter a montage.
Yeah, I think it's also the fact that he considers himself to be an auteur. That's the other aspect of it, where it's like, buddy, you're kind of giving just sexploitation vibes of a director in the 70s, yet you consider yourself to be to be creating high art, like a true auteur. And I think too, this is where the chip on his shoulder comes into play, where his dad is an Oscar-winning director. His dad is an auteur, and he's a person who got his start in Hollywood because he's the son of Barry Levinson. And I think it's clear that his views on himself as an artist don't actually align with the art that he is making. He thinks he's PTA, but he's really the porn director in Boogie Nights.
Of Rue and Faye gagging and choking over swallowing balls of drugs. I don't want to call it what it actually is because I might get demonetized. Please, YouTube, don't demonetize me. I'm just talking about it. Don't hurt me. Okay, I'm just talking about it. But let me tell you, they were not the only ones gagging. Do not, under any circumstance, watch this episode whilst eating. I had one singular orange, and I was going through it. I was struggling. I was going through it. And for some reason, started eating it as soon as the scene popped up. I was like, oh, Rue's in the middle of Mexico. Let me just go get an orange. Starts eating the orange, and then they start gagging on balls.
Auteur of poop from a butt.
Whoa. The two hop in the car to smuggle drugs across the Mexican border. Whilst in the car waiting to be checked, Faye starts passing gas several times. Once they get back to Laureen's house, they're literally going to explode physically. Oh, man. Why am I even talking about this? You know, they take Rue to the bathroom. They take Civ. And then Faye has an accident. And then there's a dog. The dog starts, you know, licking her leg.
The other thing that I think is interesting to note is that the one woman who's not sexualized or constantly degraded or humiliated is what's her name? Maude Apatow, who plays Cassie's sister, who's the daughter of Judd Apatow. Also, sorry to I'm gonna go back because I kind of
and then Faye's to the bathroom.
Okay, hold on. Let me get to this point. But that was just something I was thinking of, where Maude Apatow plays Lexi, who's Cassie's sister in the show. She's the one female actress who has a famous father. Everyone else is first-gen actors. And Zendaya also not as much, because I think just Zendaya being a star, Zendaya being Zendaya. But I do think that I think it's noteworthy the way that he kind of treats Maude. Is her name Maude or Iris? I can't remember. It's Maude. Maude. Iris is the sister. The way that he treats Maude Apatow, and then also Zendaya versus the rest of them.
They take Civ. And then Faye has an accident.
I think Zendaya is more protected because she's also a producer.
Licking her leg.
Yeah.
We are 18 minutes in. 18 minutes of episode 1. At this point, you know, what are we doing here? What do I do? What do I do with this information? Why did I need to see that? It was bad enough knowing that they were going upstairs with this freaking sieve. And then we see this. After this, we find out that due to the raid on Fez's house
the dog
in the
doing?
end of season 2, Larue went into a business with her cousin Harley and son Wayne. Faye likes Wayne and tells Rue that he has a safe because he's saving up to ultimately leave the drug business, which doesn't really come into play this episode, but I think it will do later on in the season. That's why I'm mentioning it now, just in case I end up making more videos on the future episodes of the season. If it's anything like this, then I might need another therapy session, and unless I invest in a therapist, it's you and me, baby. Rue is not only a drug dealer, she's also an Uber driver. Popping in to see Lexi. Lexi is the sister of Cassie, who is now working on a soap opera in Hollywood. She doesn't know that Rue is a drug dealer, only that she is an Uber driver. And the two start talking about faith and the Christian family Rue met earlier on in the episode. And that maybe religion is something that Rue wants to start looking into, which Lexi was not a fan of.
They're in a cult. Oh, well, maybe that's the answer. Christianity? I'm not going to be friends with a Christian.
We also find out that Fez is in prison for 30 years. And then we are introduced to Cassie, which is through her...
Have you been watching? I watched the first episode just to get a sense of how gross it is. And I had obviously already read people talking about the show, and I was planning to talk about it and give my thoughts. And yeah, it's gross as fuck. Another thing is that Chloe Cherry, who plays Faye, I remember her talking about how on the first day of set, she was expected to be completely nude. That it's like she's just meeting everyone, just getting introduced, and Sam wanted her to be completely naked. And I guess it was her co-stars who stopped that from happening, who were like, no, that's a lot. Don't do that.
But being on the screen, wearing a doggy tail, shaking it, and is on top of a doghouse barking. And before I had time to process what was going on, she was on her hands and knees drinking out of a dog bowl because she wants to be TikTok famous. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't know what sort of TikTok Sam Levinson has been on, because I'm pretty sure
that was the other thing. Okay, I have a lot of friends who are in sex work. You know, friends who are very successful OnlyFans creators. I'm aware of other things that are on the internet outside of what my friends are doing, but it's like, who the fuck? Where are you getting this from? Where are you getting this from? Acting as if this is what's common for somebody venturing into doing OnlyFans or other type of sex work online. Right? Having Cassie film a TikTok where she is doing dog fetish play. What does this man's FYP look like? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My understanding is that you can't just be posting this kind of stuff on TikTok or you can get banned. A lot of the stuff they show her doing on OnlyFans is banned on the platform. Yeah, it's why OnlyFans creators are careful with what they post on major platforms like TikTok or Twitter, and it's then to funnel into their other content that can be less with less of a need for censorship. The Cassie shit gets worse on the second episode. I can imagine it's only going to get worse and worse.
That TikTok has quite strong user policies, and dressed up in lingerie barking like a dog, I don't think is one of them. I mean, it could be wrong. Nate then arrives home, and you won't believe it, in a Cybertruck. Because the two are somehow still together, he walks upstairs to Cassie barking like a dog with their maid, filming her. They get into an argument as she is making this type of content. Nate doesn't like it, and the fact that he's been at work while she's been, dressing up like a dog. Nate has now taken over his dad's construction business, is dealing with a lot of stuff over there that seemingly is stressing him out. Now, I don't know if I was tripping, but after looking at other people's thoughts, I wasn't the only one. But Nate, who is this man? He has changed. I don't know if it was the line delivery or just the line itself. And he said, "Is that a doggy in the window?"
How much is that doggy in the window?
I was like, this is going to get cut and put all over TikTok. Nate then starts treating her like a dog, whistling, calling her over and pulling her by the lead.
Come.
Yeah.
You've been a bad, bad dog.
Now, you won't believe it because, you know, of all the fighting and all the falling out, but the two are actively planning their wedding. Cassie wants a big, extreme wedding, spending lots of money. She also wants to have a bit of her own money instead of, you know, mainly relying on Nate. Coming up with the idea to start an OnlyFans.
And I'm sorry, Jacob Elordi is phoning it in. He clearly, of all the actors who really don't seem to want to be doing this show anymore, he you can tell is like, I'm so past this. His heart ain't in it.
Canon OnlyFans.
Also, one person that is not in this episode but mentioned as being now a sugar baby is Jules. But I'm sure we'll see more of that throughout the season. Maddie is now working in management, managing influencers and actors, but it's not as glamorous as it looks, as her boss is taking 10% commission from most of Maddie's work. Rue's search for religion is also quite a focus point in the episode, having conversations with Ali, who is like Rue's mentor. Rue mentioned the Christian family from earlier on and discusses her sexuality in relation to religion, asking if, you know, she could be gay but still religious. Rue ends up leaving the conversation, deciding to go read the Bible, and tells Ali that she is choosing to believe. Rue starts listening to audio versions of the Bible whilst being an Uber driver and driving people around. Then we are at—
Yeah, the other thing with Maddie, though, is there's still the connection to sex work, because Maddie basically starts working with influencers and then kind of skeezily convinces them to start posting sexual content even though they don't want to. There's one, at least in the first episode, there's one girl in particular who moves to LA to be an influencer. It's weird. It's really weird. And again, there's no commentary or just any reflection being done here. It really is just like Sam Levinson views women through the lens of sex.
the drug lab where Wayne—
Zua USA, thank you for the crazy bits. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Zendaya's an Uber driver. Well, she is a drug mule who's picking up Uber driver shifts to make more money.
Sends Rue off to deliver a package, which then we are introduced to a new character in the season, Alamo, who is a strip club owner. While she was there, Rue mentioned that her dream job would be getting into the club business and possibly owning her own club, where she begins to beg him to hire her as she doesn't want to work in the drug business anymore. Anyway, back to Cassie. Cassie is stalking Maddie on Instagram because she's still somewhat jealous, followed by having a candlelit dinner with Nate, staring at him whilst he downs that spaghetti. They have conversations about food florals, with Cassie wanting a $50,000 floral arrangement at the wedding, and Nate doesn't. Not wanting a... Cassie mentions about starting a OnlyFans, in which Nate doesn't really like the idea, calling it porn. Nate considers the idea of Cassie doing OF, as long as she doesn't show her breasts and face at the same time. Meanwhile, Rue is still at Alamo's house when one of the women at his party die, after she takes the drugs Rue supplied. Rue is now in big trouble. Wow, that makes a change. There's never been a moment in the series so far that Rue has been in trouble.
Zendaya avoiding Sam Levinson. I know, I saw this.
Yup. And I do. Let me know, girl, what you want to do.
There's Sam. He's trying to take pictures. She's like, oh my God, I have to go to much bigger and more important things.
Yup. And I do. Let me know, girl,
Sorry.
what you want to do. Give me something, I give it to you.
Sorry, I'm Zendaya. Sorry. Also, he made a woman the villain who's exploiting women, completely avoiding the reality of men exploiting women. It's just exploitation without actual like worthwhile commentary.
It was found out that the drugs were laced with begging Alamo not to kill her, as she believed God
Opossums
had brought them
are red.
together.
Thank you
To
for the
test that
prime.
God believes in her, Alamo places a apple on Rue's head, fires a bullet, missing
Yeah.
Rue and hitting the apple.
Zendaya was like, contract officially fulfilled. I'm out of here.
And where we get, an incredible scene of Zendaya acting. And that is where episode 1 of season 3 ends. One episode, by the way. One episode. I don't even know where to begin. That was an hour of chaos, and I have so many thoughts, and I wasn't the only one. The aftermath of the episode was crazy. We can all agree that the trajectory of the show needs to be studied, along with Sam Levinson. Opinions and outrage started rolling in as more and more people saw the episode, and people were not happy. Euphoria may still have the gloss, budget, and star power of pristine TV, but it's no longer enough to disguise what increasingly feels like the misogynistic fantasies of a creepy old man. If you want narrative coherence and character consistency, Season 3 leaves you wanting. Grubby, desperate, and absolutely not worth the wait. Most of the discourse was not aimed at the acting, with a lot of people actually praising the performances, but the discussion was surrounding pretty much everything else. Beginning with the main topic of this video, the betrayal of female characters.
Season 3 seems to be putting the majority of its female characters on a track to participate in work, and not just participate in, but be humiliated and degraded by.
It's no secret that throughout the years of however long Sam Levinson has been a name in Hollywood, that his portrayal of women is somewhat concerning. And the more you see, the more you start to believe that he really does like making his female characters being in the most uncomfortable situations and doing the most disgusting things. After watching this episode, me, along with many others, made the comparison to The Idol. I did very briefly mention The Idol in my previous video. It's a show created by Sam Levinson and The Weeknd, focusing on pop star Joycelyn, played by Lily Rose Depp, as she enters a toxic relationship with club owner and secret cult leader Tedros, played by The Weeknd. And it was ultimately a mess. From allegations of toxic work environments, where in March 2023, Rolling Stone published an expose featuring investigative reports from production members about the toxic set environment and creative clashes with the...
Also, I'm like remembering old episodes of Euphoria, and there was one that I think was specifically written by Hunter Schafer. One of the rare exceptions where Sam Levinson didn't have total control, or at least it was co-written. And it was like she had a revelation that her femininity did not need to be centered around male validation, did not need to be about men. And it was one of the best episodes. It was such a good episode for Jules. It was such a good vehicle for Hunter Schafer. And now it's that all that's gone. So like that's another problem, is not just looking at season 3 on its own, but also comparing it to season 1. Yeah, Jules completely reverting back in season 3 with also no explanation. It's like same thing with Nate, where Nate is still obviously, it's like he's a piece of shit, but I don't even know if Sam really feels that. But you forget some of the things that Nate did in seasons 1 and 2. Remember when he like almost killed Lucas Gage? Remember when he like nearly murdered Lucas Gage? And then remember his own weird thing with Jules, who had been who had what was it sugar? I can't remember what it was, but with Nate's father, his struggle with his relationship with his dad and realizations that his dad is not the straight manly man that he thought he was. He was a fucking terror. And now in season 3 he's all like, I am trying to keep my construction business going. And by construction business, I mean my family's construction business. Jules had sex with Nate's dad. Yeah, which was not okay, obviously, because she's in high school. I don't know exactly what age she was, but it was still not okay. But there was just a lot. There was a lot more characterization that was not just let's dehumanize and exploit women. Yes, she was 16, so not good. And then there was a lot with Nate's dad's character. R.I.P. to Eric Dane. Remember that clip of Angus laughing at Maud because she looks like Bob Ross?
The original director of the show, Amy Seimetz, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, who left and was replaced by Sam Levinson. Because the show that centered around a struggling, abused female pop star.
Remember when he drew a weapon on Maddie? Yes! Yes, there were so many things Nate did in seasons 1 and 2 that really made him a villain. And now we've just kind of erased that. It's like, are we supposed to have forgotten the previous 2 seasons? Also worth remembering that Euphoria is based on an Israeli TV show. Oh, right. Yes.
According to sources, The Weeknd felt like the show was leaning too much into the female perspective rather than his own. Allegations described how the production
Now
went
he's just very
wildly,
aw
disgustingly
shucks
off
type
the
of guy.
rails. One source described it as a show with rewrites, reshoots, and delays. Rolling Stone also came out with an article calling Sam Levinson's The Idol a fantasy, where Sam Levinson responded with this.
I want to know how you decided where to draw the line.
Well, I mean, it's funny. I think that sometimes things that might be revolutionary are taken too far. Look, I think it's, we live in a very sexualized, the influence of pornography is really strong in terms of the psyche of, I think, young people in the States. We know that we're making a show that is provocative. It's not lost on us. When my wife
Very porn-brained.
read me the article,
Very porn-brained and clearly feels a lot of disdain for women in porn, women in sex work. And that's why he focuses so much of the female characters being in this. So you can really get this sense from him. Clearly the influence of pornography is strong in your work, but also his feelings of disgust for women who participate in this, but he doesn't seem to have the same feelings towards men.
I looked at her and I just said, I think we're about to have the biggest show of the summer.
Morning Glory, thank you for the prime.
I just said, I think we're about to have the biggest show of the summer.
Also, when asked about nudity in the show, an interview with New York Times, Sam Levinson says, it also plays into the feeling that the audience has. Oh, she's a victim. She has to be a victim. I believe people will underestimate Joyce as a character because of how exposed she is. Being a show so controversial, criticized for its misogyny, exploitation of women, and bad acting ultimately ended up getting it cancelled because of the widespread criticism of the show and its provocative scenes. Parents Television and Media Council called on HBO
The
to
videos about
cancel
this
the
show were
series,
really funny,
citing
though.
its depiction of torture and sexual abuse. Sam Levinson did mention that both Euphoria and The Idol take place in the same universe, that universe being Sam Levinson universe of madness. Going back to this episode, as we talked about, the female character...
Maybe this is how LA TV people talk and don't want to be discriminatory, but doesn't he sound super conceited revolutionary? Yeah, he's a tool. As I said, he views himself as a real auteur, as like breaking new ground that, yes, he doesn't have Oscars like his father does. Yes, he doesn't have the kind of projects that old daddy has, but this is what I was referring to, where he thinks he's making high art. He really views himself in a way that doesn't come across in what he's actually making.
Were subjected to all sorts of humiliation and discomfort from Rue and Faye swallowing those balls.
It is disgusting to swallow balloons filled with fentanyl, even if the fentanyl is like fake. I just think I would be disgusted. And that's also what Sam said. He was like, I really, really, really need to see in the scene that it is absolutely disgusting to swallow these balloons. Like, I need it to be just awful.
Was there any levity to at least the part in the car where you're trying so hard to not like let out a fart?
I can't fart on command, but what they did do was like have like a mic in the car, and like Sam just himself kept being like, I remember at first I was just like, oh my God, like people aren't going to want to watch this. Like this is too gross. And then once I watched it back and I was like, farts are kind of funny, I guess.
Cassie dressing up as a dog, barking whilst getting belittled and humiliated by Nate, with the way he's portrayed OnlyFans and, you know, that type of content coming off as being quite disrespectful. When asked about Cassie's OnlyFans scenes, Sam Levinson, along with cinematographer Marcel Reeves, said, OnlyFans has its own aesthetic, and how you can elevate that aesthetic to the show's aesthetic is a challenge. I'm not going to lie, Reeves said. Cassie has her own doghouse, and her little dog is, and the nose, and that has its own humour. But what makes the scene is the fact that her housekeeper is the one filming it. What we wanted to always find is the other layer of absurdity that we wanted to tie into it, so that we're not too inside of her.
You know what would be an interesting video essay? I don't know if anyone's made one, but I think comparing Sam Levinson to Sean Baker. Now, Sean Baker gets criticism for having sex work or sex workers in every one of his films, but he demonstrates a lot more empathy and has talked about that he wants to remove the stigma around sex workers. Now, I don't need to get into Sean Baker's problematic follows on Instagram, but it's like you take Florida Project, you take Tangerine. He also shows sex workers who are on the margins of society, and he creates them as characters who are fully realized human beings. Tangerine is a film that has Black trans sex workers who are awesome characters. And it's about Santa Monica Boulevard. It takes place in Los Angeles. And Florida Project is deeply empathetic. You're deeply empathetic to the struggles of Haley in Florida Project as she is raising her child, and is struggling with lack of support, struggling to pay the bills. So I think I think that would be an interesting comparison. The work of Sean Baker and his depiction of sex workers and sex work, and also his comments on it when he talks about wanting to remove the stigma, wanting to show sex workers as human beings, versus Sam Levinson. And I have to say too, I know not everybody loved Enora, but the ending of that film made me bawl because it was, in my opinion, so empathetic to Mikey Madison's lead character and the way that she is so dehumanized by others, especially those with those who are in a different class, and the way that they view her as not a human being. And it is really, she is, it's heartbreaking without coming at like her own exploitation. Name an unproblematic film director. Male? Marty Scorsese? Ryan Coogler. Yeah. There are ones who do not have nasty things that tied to their names because of nasty shit that they've done. Ryan Coogler's great. Yeah, I trust Ryan Coogler won't turn out to be a piece of shit. The depiction of class dynamics is very good. Right. Sean Baker is really good at at depicting class dynamics in his films. And they have such a real feel to them because his writing is significantly superior. And it does make a difference on how somebody, on the personal views that a writer and director holds towards the characters that they are writing. And this is why I say Sam Levinson clearly has so much deep disdain while simultaneously is porn-brained, but has a lot of hatred for women, and specifically women who are in sex work. I think Sean Baker achieves a lot more empathy while also being gross in his own way, so I can both like and have issues with Honora. Yeah, I would never say that you can't find issues in his films, but just the comparison to Sam Levinson. Now, granted, Sam Levinson, the bar is in hell, but Sean has a lot more empathy and Sam is just, he's gross. He's really gross.
Or illusion. The gag is to jump out to break the wall. Many are
and he's an egomaniac, which is why he is the only writer, which is why he insists on having total control in the room.
Finding the show's content degrading. It's crazy how much Sam Levinson did to every woman who stepped on set. It's like the writer's room asked him, how do we degrade every woman this season? And he just said, yes, one person wrote. I just want to say I have nothing against OF or people working in the entertainment industry, because there's a lot more that goes into it than what Sam portrays on screen, as most of the lead female characters in Euphoria now are in the adult entertainment industry or are constantly being exploited, with pretty much every single female character going through something or being subjected to something or humiliated. We also have Jules now as a sugar baby, and I'm sure we're going to see more of that in the next few episodes. Now, I know you could say that it's possibly too early for people to say that the show has lost its complete potential. As you know, there are still 7 more episodes. It could turn around. But the discussion of the show destroying the potential of the characters has happened since like day one. From the show that started seemingly being about characters that felt well crafted and had people invested in, you know, their backstory. But it almost feels like they are now just kind of shells of characters and written, created, feeling like they're for Sam Levinson. Focusing on how many outrageous and controversial things he can do in the show instead of actually, you know, writing really good stuff. The thing is, having very outrageous and controversial...
You know who is writing good stuff out here? Somber. Somber is writing stuff that helps the cause of women who want to write about stuff.
Scenes is going to get people talking, but so will having a really good season. You may be wondering, as am I, what does the future of the show look like? You know, I wouldn't...
If you missed the first part of our stream, this will not make sense to you, and your takeaway will be Caroline is the #1 Somber fan, which is true. How can I not be? He has a song titled Caroline.
Be surprised if it had a similar fate to The Idol, especially with how much discourse it has had in just the first episode. Who knows what the future episodes will contain. And I know one thing, I'm watching them with no food, no company, and most likely questioning everything. The new episode didn't really surprise me, but it did feel like a completely different ball game from, you know, the last 2 seasons. Question in the comments today is the show done for at this point, or do you think there's still hope? Quickly before I end this video, I just want to say thank you so much for the support on my last video. I hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know if you do want me to discuss more of the show. But other than that, I hope you have an amazing day. We'll see you in my next one. Bye.
Yeah, I mean, I think the show's getting views. How is Margot's Got Money Troubles doing compared to this? I don't know. I really don't know much about that show aside from the fact that Elle Fanning is doing OnlyFans because she gets pregnant or something like that. It's another Nicole Kidman project. Nicole, who is literally in everything. Apple TV shows exist in a void. No one really talks about Ted Lasso or Severance online. I mean, I think people talk about Severance more than they talk about Ted Lasso, because Ted Lasso is a show that I am convinced ended years ago, and yet I always see ads for new seasons. I'm like, that show ended. What's happening here? I think that is representative of how my belief holds that the world did end and we are stuck in purgatory because they keep announcing new seasons of Ted Lasso. I'm like, no, that show came to an end. I remember that. I remember that Ted Lasso ended. So what do you mean that there's season 4 of Ted or whatever? We are in a simulation, I'm convinced. But Apple TV is very bizarre in that they don't advertise their shows, and a lot of times Apple TV will have I will like randomly watch a show and go, wait, this is so good. I haven't seen any advertising on this, and I haven't seen anybody talking about this show. How do they have so many bangers? Now, I will say frequently I find shows that are bangers are really bangers in the first season and then kind of fall off. Now Ted Lasso is coaching women's soccer. I can't. I can't keep up. I simply am. That show came to an end, and I will accept nothing less. The overlooked artist behind Euphoria's visual world. Petra Collins is a multifaceted artist and director prominent since the early 2010s, known for her feminine, ethereal photography, often employing a female gaze perspective. She has worked with artists such as Tyler, the Creator, Frank Ocean, Olivia Rodrigo, Lil Yachty, and more. In 2018, Euphoria creator Sam Levinson told Collins' agency he wrote a show based on her photos and wanted her to direct. Petra moved to LA to develop season 1's world, but was ultimately dismissed by the network for being too young. A year later, Collins saw the aesthetic she had cultivated for years mirrored on Euphoria's first promotional billboard. The experience was deeply emotional, especially when people said the show resembled her body of work. In 2022, she received a Grammy nomination for Best Music Video. She won the 2024 Kodak Film Award for Music Film Director for Olivia Rodrigo's Vampire. So they just fucking stole this from her? What? You can flick through the carousel for the similarities. Yeah, and I will say that was another reason that Euphoria season 1 was so culturally big. It's because of the aesthetic. Everyone was doing the makeup. Like especially I remember one Halloween there were so many people dressed as like couples dressed as Maddie and Nate. But yeah, the overall aesthetic of season 1, from the makeup to the clothing to just the overall aesthetic of the show. And come to find out, this is the artist whose work was just nabbed. I'm so far from the clips I've seen from season 3. I don't recognize the show. Yeah. Huh. Wow. Artistic vampire trains artists and leaves them empty. This isn't surprising. This is, yeah, they literally just stole this aesthetic. One of the makeup artists for the show reposted this too.
3D holographic printed. You want to do a natural look. Okay, so when you say natural, you mean we're sticking to like blues and purples?
I love this. I love this guy. I just randomly found his Instagram reels one day and I went really
Just
deep.
concealer?
Yeah. The Euphoria makeup artist showing up to set the season.
So I'm thinking we could really elevate it this year with some 3D holographic printed. You want to do a natural look. Okay, so when you say natural, you mean we're sticking to like blues and purples? Just concealer?
Just
oh my
concealer.
God, I'm freaking out. You already stole the look. Why are we changing it now? It's a Western theme. Okay. I can do like a lasso with the white concealer. You gotta I actually had a couple of ideas I think that we should look through before we decide. I just really don't think we should be rushing this decision.
The fact that one of the actual makeup artists from the show reposted
Like a
this.
supervisor or somebody that knows what they're doing I could talk to. I know you're the director. Yeah, I know you that. I think I have a compromise. I'm gonna just do the same makeup we've been doing and it'll just work. A skin tint? This is Euphoria, right? I'm on the set for Euphoria. I feel crazy. It's a flop. Look, sorry, that just slipped.
And honestly, this just reinforces what we've been talking about here, where the show is so vastly fallen off from the things that did make it good and impactful in season 1. Like there's the individual style, the I don't know, just the world that these characters inhabited with its dark glows and glitter and the female characters' style and personality.
No, I meant to say this is gonna suck. I mean, what would Labyrinth say? He's not on it anymore. Oh, okay. I think we're good. Everybody pack up. They're good here. The girls are gonna show up in their looks. It's fine.
The girls are gonna show up in their looks. How about we compromise and I just do the makeup that we did in season 1? Okay, there we go. Glitter noir. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, remember? I mean, let's not forget, Euphoria did give us Is This Fucking Play About Us? And I just can't imagine.
So I'm thinking we could really.
I just can't imagine getting lines like that. They did Maddie so dirty. I know. And it sucks because Alexa Demi, I feel, where is she? Where is she? Why is she one of the only actresses from that show who's not had a career outside of Euphoria? We don't see her in anything. I don't understand. Did she say she quit? Did she? Or she said she's going to quit because she's not getting hired. Hans Zimmer had Maddie walking into that wedding. She said she's quitting because she's not getting roles. Oh my God. Honestly, Alexa Demi should have the career that Sydney Sweeney has. I don't understand. I don't get it. Somebody here mentioned it's Rugrats music. Yeah. That's what happens when you piss off and fuck over Labyrinth. And Labyrinth is like, bye. See ya. Sam thinks he made the show with his bare hands in a cave when in actuality it was made by tons of people, most of whom know better than Sam for their artistic area. He is very similar to Taylor Sheridan in that regard. Taylor Sheridan, who also wants to maintain a complete monopoly over his writers' rooms. And this man has somehow been able to negotiate some of the most insane deals in Hollywood because his white people love Yellowstone. Every white person in my life is like, have you watched Yellowstone? Like, that's the only show I watch. He forces studios to film on his ranches to make extra money. But that's made his shows successful. And so he's negotiated some of the wildest deals despite reports around him being such an asshole and trying to get in the way when the writers, when the WGA was negotiating with the studios that they needed to have a certain amount of writers in the room. And Taylor Sheridan was like, kiss my fucking ass. His shows are self-money laundering. He really has created a situation for himself where he is constantly raking in money in every possible way. Like having the shows film on the ranches that he owns, which means he's getting money from that. And there's such a huge Yellowstone universe now. There's a lot of these shows. Yeah, a vertical integration that he's created for himself. Have you seen Yellowstone? But you have to watch 1883 first. It's the prequel. It's the pre-prequel to 1923, and that's the prequel sequel to Yellowstone. You have to watch it, bro. It's so good, bro. You have to watch 1883 first, bro. Yeah. That I almost considered watching it because Will's family, that's the only type of stuff that they'll watch outside of Fox News. So when we had visited them one time and they kept asking us if we'd seen Yellowstone, it's the same way that Will really became a football fan because it was kind of the only thing that he could talk to his family about because he was so different. Remember when he'd give us Sicario Wind River? Yeah, why would he do that anymore when he's got this incredible thing worked out for himself? Yeah, so we were visiting one time and I was like, well, I guess if that's because we had suggested some things. We're like, how about we watch this? You know, why don't we check this out? And they're like, but what about Yellowstone? And now he's writing the Call of Duty movie. I'm sure he's making $1 gazillion from that. I understand that family dynamic, sadly. Yes, I don't think Will is the only person who it's like, well, I can talk about football or can't talk about anything else. I think Yellowstone was a bridge too far, though. He was like, I'm not going to watch that. I can just talk about football. Have you watched the TV show From? Yes. And Will and I have always laughed because we don't know who else watches this show besides, like, there's 5 of us out there. And yet it keeps getting seasons, which, don't get me wrong, I'm here for it because I'm one of the few watchers of that show. Wait, how many of you watch it? Hold on a sec. Okay. Who watches? Who has watched from the beginning? Not now that there's 4 seasons and maybe you finally have seen it on Prime or wherever else. Who from season 1 found this show and has felt similarly to me where you're like, am I the only person who's watching the show? I've never seen a single person talk about it. That's the other thing too. One major change in culture is like, we don't have the same handful of shows that everybody watches and everyone talks about. So it makes you feel like, has any other person seen this show besides me? Watched the first season, forgot to finish the second. Well, they're on the 4th season now, and they just got greenlit for a 5th. I remember reading about that. I'm like, okay, so clearly people have to be watching this show, or what am I holding down the fort? The show is called From. Yes, here. Let me show you. It does star Harold Perrineau, who is so fucking awesome. Love him. It is by the it is by the team who did Lost. So it's produced by Lost alumni Jack Bender and Jeff Pinkner. It's also no, not Damon Lindelof. I don't think he's involved with it. But it's a sci-fi horror series, and Harold Perrineau, who was in Lost as well, who plays a lead role in this. Can't imagine a title with worse SEO. I'm not gonna lie, it's got a terrible title, and like a lot of shows, they really don't do much marketing on this, and yet it's been greenlit for season 5. Season 4 is currently airing. It's on Epix. Well, it was MGM. Let's see. It premiered on MGM Plus, or the second season did. The first season was on Epix. Season 1 premiered on Epix. Okay. Did I watch it on Epix then? Because I know I was watching from the beginning. One of the actresses in the show, Catalina Sandino Moreno, I ran into her at a WGA strike and I recognized her from the show. I was like, oh my God, I love From. And she reacted in a surprised way where it kind of seems she was like, oh my God, you watch the people watch the show? Like, how do you know? How do you know this show exists? Said, yeah, I'm a huge fan. And then I also saw another actress from this show. I think it was her, Avery Conrad. I know I've run into a couple actresses from this show. Okay, so season 2 then was on MGM Plus. Third season, third season, fourth season, and then now it's getting a 5th season, and it's going to end with that. What is MGM Plus? It's MGM's streaming platform, because remember that there are a million streaming platforms out there now. But you can watch it through Amazon, because Amazon owns MGM. So they own MGM Plus. MGM Plus is what used to be Epix. Oh my God. See, there's so many of these acquisitions and mergers and things becoming other things, swallowing up other things that I can't even remember anymore what originated as what. Cannot keep up. Big C, I need perms for bong. Perms granted, Chookies. Perms granted. Have you seen the new show? It's on Tubi. It's on Hebe. It's on Pootie with ads. It's literally on Dippy. You can probably find it on Weno, dude. It's on Gumpy. It's a Phoebo original. It's on Poob. You can watch it on Poob. You could go to Poob and watch it. Log onto Poob right now. Go to Poob. Dive into Poob. You can Poob it. It's on Poob. Poob has it for you. Poob has it for you. And it has 15 seasons on Poob. Who up Poobin right now? Some of the best television that you aren't watching is out there on Poob. So get on Poob. Go Poob right now. Go Poob. You do not want to not be Poobin. Who up Poobin their Poob? Everybody is Poobin. Everybody is Poobin. Oh God, the Ellisons just bought Poob. It's over. It's over. This is why we can't have nice Poobs. This is why we can't have nice boobs, because it just gets bought up by the fucking Ellisons. Oh, now it's gonna be all it's gonna be all the worst shit on poob. Shit is gonna be on poob. It's like you want shit? You like shit? Then go to poob. Poob type shit. Poob type shit. Speaking of poob type shit, FCC is ordering a review of ABC's broadcast licenses. And we are now not just at We Are Jimmy Kimmel. We are now at We Are Jimmy Kimmel Piker. Jimmy Piker, Hassan Kimmel. Fox News has said that Jimmy Kimmel is Hassan Piker and Hassan Piker is Jimmy Kimmel. So we are Hassan Kimmel. We are Jimmy Piker. I don't make the rules. I don't. You know, the other thing that kills me is in having to once again defend Jimmy Kimmel and comedy being legal. So I thought, now I have people coming for me. People thinking I'm legitimately a fan of Jimmy Kimmel. This is the situation that we've been put into yet again. We have been put into for not the first time, the second time. The FCC is gearing up to launch a formal review of the broadcast licenses granted to Disney's 8 owned ABC stations over complaints about Jimmy Kimmel's joke about Melania Trump looking like an expectant widow. Everything is so fucking stupid. Everything is so stupid. And as I said, I thought comedy was legal again. Where's Elon Musk? Where is Elon Musk to defend comedy? Meanwhile, it's also absurdly stupid. Meanwhile, Donald Trump just did a sit down with Norah O'Donnell for 60 minutes after the latest assassination attempt of our dear glorious leader. And that interview has been edited. So he's fine, of course, if his interviews are edited. But if anyone else's is, gotta sue. Gotta sue and we'll win. we'll have 60 minutes settle. We'll have been victorious in it. During their conversation, he shared his perspective of what went down, but got defensive when O'Donnell read from the gunman's alleged manifesto about his motivations. This interview comes roughly a year and a half after Trump sued CBS in October over a 60 Minutes interview with then Vice President Kamala Harris. At the time, he accused the network of deceptive editing to influence the election. Though the president refused a 60 Minutes interview during his campaign, he criticized CBS, which now his allies own, so it's all fine, for airing two different answers from Harris to a question that ran in separate clips on 60 Minutes and Face the Nation earlier in the day. CBS settled for $16 million with Trump. Totally just bowed down because CBS or because the Ellisons offered it up as a bribe. Yeah, it was a complete and total bribe. Trump may have forgotten that it would apply to him as well. The president's latest interview on 60 Minutes was his second one on the show since his second term got underway. Despite speaking with O'Donnell for 40 minutes on April 26, only 13 minutes of the interview aired. So that is 27 minutes. Did not air. The extended version of the interview and full transcript are posted on CBS's website. Some of his unaired remarks were about Democrats disagreeing with his policies, needing his White House state ballrooms finished for security purposes, blaming the internet for radicalizing people, slamming No Kings protests, criticizing former President Joe Biden, reacting to conspiracy theories that the event was staged or didn't happen, and his plans to hit people really hard with humor in his White House Correspondents' Dinner speech, among other topics. One of the parts that also didn't make it to air were his comments on his CBS lawsuit, which came after he got defensive when O'Donnell asked some follow-up questions about the gunman's motive. I've also won a lot of money from fake news media where they write falsely about me. Yeah, you've also lost lawsuits as well, like the one that you lost that was thrown out against Wall Street Journal. It's not that I want to sue people, because I don't, but I bring lawsuits against the fake news. Really, because one of the sure things in this world is that Donald Trump loves to sue people. The president continued, you put an answer down that wasn't responsive to the question because her real answer was so bad it was election threatening, and you paid me a lot of money, and you tried to pull one off. It was terrible. It was a terrible thing that you did. So editing for me, but not for thee. This is the world we live in. Kid Rock addresses the Pentagon on the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah. Sure. Why the hell not? Why not? Huh? Why would we not have Kid Rock addressing the Pentagon on the Strait of Hormuz? Thank God. Thank God that we have Kid Rock. He can't even spell straight. He probably thinks, I don't know. He probably thinks the Strait of Hormuz is like a strip club. He's like, I love that place. Love that place, especially when they have underage girls there. Strait of Hormuz. The concept of there being the Strait of Hormuz, which then means there's the gay of Hormuz. It's pronounced Pentagon. Yeah, putting the gun in Pentagon. I can't stop laughing. Every day there's a new sentence. Every day there's a new sentence. What do you mean Kid Rock addresses the Pentagon on the Strait of Hormuz? This has to be fake. But then it's like, everything's fake, but nothing's fake. But everything is so stupid. And of course, the Bay of Hormuz. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to do bi erasure. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Also, the asexual of Hormuz. I don't want to do ace erasure. We got the Strait of Hormuz, the gay of Hormuz, the Bay of Hormuz, the ace of Hormuz, the poly, the pan, the lesbian, the trans, the gender fluid, the non-binary, the debit. We got it all. Scoop. Kid Rock flute. How are we expected to read this? How it makes me laugh, as I said, when journalists and reporters who have to have that serious tone have to report seriously on the most unserious of things. At least I'm a Twitch streamer. At least I can be like, oh my God, this is the stupidest fucking shit I've ever seen. This is insane. Kid Rock flew to Fort Belvoir this morning on his private jet and took a little joyride on 2 Apache helicopters with War Secretary Pete Hegseth, according to multiple Army sources, and backed up by flight data. Apaches typically have 2 pilots, but they went up with one so the boys could each ride shotgun. Apache helicopters are not stationed at Fort Belvoir, so unclear where they came from. A spokesperson at the base deferred questions to the secretary's office. That is fucking awesome. Hell yes. You know, people who are against this, it's because they're against dudes being bros and doing dude stuff. Okay, they are against fun. Just wasting fuel and taxpayer dollars for funsies. AKA another day in the great old homeland here. Another day in the US of A. Texting everyone I know, oh my God, did you guys see Kid Rock addressed the Pentagon on the Strait of Hormuz. Wanted to make sure that you didn't miss this. Huge news. Text. There's. It's like the format of texting her. Kid Rock addressed the Pentagon on the Strait of Hormuz, which made me think of us, and which I don't know, some shit like that, which made me think of us and how if Kid Rock is addressing the Pentagon on the Strait of Hormuz, then you should probably give me a second chance. It's like how the sailors on the USS Lincoln got some buttered noodle and one kebab for meal while they spent $100 million in lobster and crab. Yeah, where they gave them the most disgusting looking slop. Made me think of how I couldn't keep my priorities straight, but now I can. Yeah, our love, there we go. Our love is crazier than Kid Rock addressing the Pentagon on the Strait of Hormuz. Dreams do come true, which means my dreams, which have you in them, could also come true. This is why we need the ballroom, everyone.
May have shot a Secret Service officer.
Kid Rock addressing the Strait of Hormuz to the Pentagon made me think about how I wasn't addressing your needs, and I should have been straight with you about how I want to Hormuz you.
Fortunately, the guy was wearing a bulletproof vest and is okay. They're not sure exactly what happened, but they got the guy. He was charged today.
I don't know.
No one was hurt, thank goodness. A lot of people were shaken up on a night that is supposed to be lighthearted.
It's just like 20 different versions of this left on red. I can, but I also still can't believe how everything is now, right? The fact that Fox News has run 1,000 segments on Hassan, and now it's like it's the crossover that nobody asked for. This ain't the sweet life of Zach and Cody crossover with other Disney shows that we were excited for. Okay. What is happening? I mean, I know what's happening, but what is happening? Do you condemn Jimmy Piker? Yeah, that Jimmy Kimmel and Hassan Piker are being mentioned in the same condemnation on a Fox News segment. It's like we were at a level of crazy and stupid, and now we have so far surpassed that. Trump enjoys redirecting the media cycle to pointless shit like this. For sure. But also, this shit grinds his gears. He despises Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel is truly one of his number one enemies. He has hated Jimmy Kimmel for years because Jimmy has been making fun of him to a late night liberal audience. Like, he is mad. Don't mistake this being also if a byproduct of this is that it distracts people from other things. Don't mistake that for like Trump intending that. He cares about TV. He cares about like his mind is so warped. He's so unbelievably narrow in what he cares about. I just don't think Melania cares. I'm sure Melania doesn't give a shit and posted that because that's how it works. You think Melania cares that Trump is alive? Maybe just so far as what it materially does for her, but not because she is so deeply in love with that man. Jimmy is better, ratings him, and he hates it. And what happened too is after the last time that Trump weaponized the FCC to go after Jimmy Kimmel, one of his greatest enemies, Jimmy Kimmel enjoyed a lot of virality from that. He was more popular than ever. People like us tuning in and talking about Jimmy Kimmel because Trump was very clearly violating the First Amendment and weaponizing his federal agencies. Like, it was so blatantly corrupt. It's honestly so funny because the reason that there was also, I think, success when they went after Kimmel for the Charlie Kirk joke is because that was still a time that people on both sides were like, Charlie Kirk is a victim of political violence and he was doing politics the right way and we shouldn't be making jokes. And now Charlie Kirk has been memed into the depths of hell. Okay, he's a total fucking joke. And there is just not it's not the same circumstances because also they're trying to come after him for a joke he made about.
We should reach out.
Dang, thank you so much for the bits. Spreading 1,000 gems of the Kimmel heads in chat. Our king. Yes, my king, Jimmy Kimmel.
I do, and I think a great place to start to dial that back would be to have a conversation with your husband about it because...
and the funny thing is, whoever said Jimmy Kimmel and Hassan Piker should collab, the funny thing is that I'm sure Jimmy Kimmel thinks Hassan is an extremist. Because Kimmel is a run-of-the-mill lib. I am sure he's like, oh, yeah, Hassan has said really extremist things. If he knows who he is, which, considering that Fox News is calling Hassan Piker Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Kimmel Hassan Piker, maybe he does now. Kareem from Subway takes his own Kimmel tonight. Maybe he can make the intro. But what would this collab even be? And I don't think Kimmel would have interest in collabing with Hassan. I think he would look at that as a bad move for himself. Is Hassan actually trying to find someone in his contacts who knows Kimmel? What would they even collab on? Get Jimmy Kimmel on Chad Vice. Get Jimmy Kimmel on Chad Vice. Yep. That would actually be so lit. Cut the middleman out, get Guillermo in fear, and have Austin attempt to speak to him in Spanish. Hassan and Kimmel join forces as resistance libs. Actually, probably be the thing that gets Trump openly talking about Hassan. What's funny is I'm sure if Trump were to meet Hassan, he would probably view him similarly to, treat him similarly to Zoran, where he would still despise Jimmy Kimmel so much more than Hassan. The Mamdani effect. Yeah, can you imagine? Oh my God. I'm in considering this hypothetical here, and how this would create a rupture in Will's conservative family that I frankly don't know what the outcome of it would be. If Trump if Trump were to meet Hassan or talk about him in a way that's reflective of how he talked about Zoran, I think a lot of Trump's supporters who think Hassan is a deranged terrorist because they watch Fox News all day, it would shatter their minds. Also, here's what I will say. These journalists here who are going on television talking about how traumatized they are, talking about just what a terrifying experience it was, and making the entire thing about themselves and their trauma. You know, I don't give a fuck, because these same journalists have said nothing about their fellow journalists who have been murdered by Israel. So, no, I don't give a shit about your trauma that you have because your shitty dinner got interrupted by a guy who doesn't even seem like he got any shots off. They were boo-hooing on CNN. Shut the fuck up. I do not care. I do not care if you have said nothing about your fellow journalists over in Gaza and Iran and Lebanon, areas of the world that have been subjected to Israeli and U.S. terrorism, that have been targeted because they are doing their jobs as journalists. And now you want us to, now we've are supposed to have a whole dedicated segment to how traumatizing and terrifying it was for journalists at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Yeah, journalists who are actually getting killed, who are actively being targeted and being killed every single day for what they are reporting. They were crying about how this was an attack on free speech. Oh my God, get the fuck out of here. I experienced the threat of being shot from going to school. These people got a taste of what the kids go through. Yeah, people who have participated in allowing in allowing gun violence to continue to permeate this country, because they are beholden to the lobbying class. They are beholden to the gun manufacturers. Also legislators. It's like anybody who's at the White House Correspondents' Dinner who's wants to focus on how traumatizing and terrifying it was for them and has participated in manufacturing consent for gun violence in this country, manufacturing consent for the targeted murders of journalists.
Of his ballroom, he wrote, "This event would never have happened with."
Jake Tapper's take on the whole situation. Let's see.
Right. Need to contend with this hypocrisy and this double standard. A message.
Don't tell Jake Tapper, who smeared Hassan today on his show, that he stripped the clips down shorter
For
than
our
Fox
friends on
News
the left
does.
now, you have to face some ugly realities about the acceptance of violence among too many people in your ranks. Here is a left-wing streamer on the Twitch platform with whom Democrats, this is a gentleman with whom Democrats have campaigned and
Seriously, Jake Tapper is so consistent in that he never misses the opportunity to bring this back to Hassan.
and for interviews with and platformed and much more. This guy.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Okay?
When you say Hamas is 1,000 times better, do you actually mean that? Or is that a rhetorical move or like a solidarity signal? Like what?
I mean, it's all of the above. I do mean it. I think it's a rhetorical move because it frustrates a lot.
He keeps running the same clips over and over again. No matter what it is, he's like, here's how I am going to bring this back to Hassan Piker, who is a dangerous terrorist that needs to be
A lot
stopped.
of people, I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. Doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. The Palestinian resistance is not perfect.
He also said that the United States deserved 9/11. He apologized for that, and he apologized for what he said about Rick Scott.
You're telling me Hassan Piker said the United States deserved 9/11? This is the first time I'm hearing this. This is the first time that I'm hearing this. I'm gonna have to text him and say, I just found out that you said without any other context necessary that the U.S., that America deserved 9/11. And I am now on Jake Tapper's
After
side.
he was suspended from Twitch, but his comments made seemingly in support of Hamas's terrorist attacks on October 7th, in which innocent American civilians were killed. No apology there. We can't pretend that the corrosive impact of such sentiments being normalized isn't happening. It seems quite apparent to many political observers.
Yeah, I guess it's not necessary at all to include who Cole Thomas Allen was actually retweeting, who he seemed to align with politically versus who he did not. Yeah, Van Jones is getting in on it as well. Van Jones, who made a joke about dead babies in Gaza, we're supposed to listen to him moralize on the subject of Hassan Piker. Yeah, I ain't reading all that. Aren't you the guy who joked about dead babies in Gaza? I actually visited Twitter today to tell Van Jones to shut the fuck up. Wow, this was the thing that made you go, I'm getting on fucking Twitter. Tell this fucker to shut up. Hey, Van, we can have a conversation live whenever you want instead of whatever this video is, balls in your court. Are they getting a memo here, or are they just seeing value in simultaneously choosing right now? Well, it's not even just right now because they keep doing this, but choosing to make this about Hassan. Did you watch the video he posted? I feel like it's like I don't even want to. I'm not even gonna watch. Just more of the same. It's the same shit. It's like not anything new. It's very interesting to see how the talk about fuck Hassan, right? The fuck Hassan crowd kind of moving from the internet into mainstream media. Because Hassan's been doing this shit for a long time. And it's not that Fox hasn't talked about him in the past or other mainstream media outlets haven't talked about him, but it really seems to be kind of the same fuck Hassan operation. A lot of the same stuff being said that is reminiscent of that already existing ecosystem online. You're not doing the clavicular podcast anymore, but this is him sailing to little or Jeffrey Epstein's island. Clavicular has entered into a Miami club venture with an Israel mob-tied man who served time in federal prison for extortion, is known for terrorizing associates and threatening to sever ears. Clab's neo-Nazi fans aren't thrilled. How many times on one stream, well, this is the second stream of today, how many times a day are we going to read the most absurd sentence where every word gets worse than the last? Every day, it's like the worst Mad Libs. New sentences daily. Clavicular's apolitical, don't worry. Yeah, that's true. Clavicular's just baby girl. So nothing to worry about here. Also, usually if you are having to constantly say, I'm not a rapist, I'm not a pedophile, that's not something that people who really aren't rapists and pedophiles have to constantly be saying. You know? He doth protest too much. He doth have to keep saying he's not a rapist and a pedophile because of all the everything very much indicating that he is.
Who arrived at the White House for what is scheduled to be a 4-day
No,
visit.
not an
to the
issue I've
United
ever had to
States.
deal with.
Despite the obvious security concerns, the king
I
decided.
can tell you, never in my life have I had to be like, I am not a rapist. I am not a pedophile. I've not had to defend myself against that. Put him in charge of England and the US. Fuck it. My not involved in human trafficking t-shirt has people asking a lot of questions already answered by my shirt. Yeah, this is exactly how Donald Trump sounds. Hogan, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I bet it. I would believe that King Charles has a back tattoo that Camilla gave him herself. And it's her face. This is a perfect summation of how Trump and these other rapists and pedophiles sound when they're like, I'm not a rapist, I'm not a pedophile, you nasty woman.
There's no First Amendment right in free speech in this thing of ours.
Curtis!
Talk radio, talk TV. It doesn't exist. Your employer
King Charles has a tramp stamp that says king.
can fire you. Yeah, you may
And then another one right below that says, I love mommy.
go to battle with them in court. But where did he get the notion that there's a First Amendment right of free speech on TV, radio, or within the realm of any corporation?
What?
Jimmy Kimmel, there's no First Amendment right in free speech in this thing of ours. Talk radio, talk TV. It does.
Is he comparing himself to Kimmel,
doesn't
first
exist.
of all?
Your employer can fire you. Yeah, you may go to battle with them in court. But where did he get the notion that there's a First Amendment right of free speech on TV, radio, or within the realm of any corporation? Jimmy Kimmel.
That's my goat. Love that he's like, look, as a fellow industry member, let me tell you, Jimmy, you can't just say whatever you want. Take it from me, because I've said some real crazy things. And someone's like, yeah, you have. And you've been able to say crazy things. He's like, you know what? That's fucking true. The FCC, yes, yeah, and enforce rules and censorship of free speech still exists for TV performers. Also, here's the thing. When the government is threatening private companies with retaliation, that is a bad thing. Okay, that is unconstitutional. The government is threatening private companies and individuals that the president of the United States does not like because they've made jokes around him. That is 1,000. Yeah, that is 1,000% a free speech issue. And when the corruption is so blatant in going, oh, you want this deal to go through Nexstar? Okay, well, then you need to threaten ABC and say, we're going to pull you from air. We're going to pull Kimmel from air unless you get rid of Kimmel. It's so clearly an abuse of power. That's why we have had to defend Jimmy Kimmel. You think we want to be doing that? Also, sorry, this headline is really intense. So we are going to talk about this next, but I'm like, sometimes I'll pull something up. I'm aware of the fact that I pull up the next thing I want to talk about while I'm still talking about the last thing I was talking about. And people are like, I'm sorry, what? What's happening here? I can't focus on what you're talking about because of the next thing that you've pulled up. Okay. Let me just let me take off that off the screen. Because I did mean to finish up the Jimmy Kimmel conversation. Last thing to mention here. So they have the FCC has ordered a full review of all station licenses owned by ABC. This is unheard of. Like this is obviously not how it's done because of course it's Trump administration and this is how they do things. And so this is what was funny to me. The agency overseeing the review, the FCC, said in a filing that the action was related to an investigation into ABC's diversity and inclusion policies. It's funny to think that they're like, well, we just have to make sure that they don't have diversity and inclusion happening at ABC. So that's why we have to order a review of all station licenses, where clearly they are trying to come after Jimmy Kimmel again. Gotta make sure we don't have DEI happening here. Just a standard DEI check, but to make sure that we don't have DEI. And Jimmy Kimmel, he's looking a little DEI. This is a problem. The license review represented an escalation by the Trump administration and the president to punish major media outlets for their coverage. It's extremely difficult for the government to take away stations' rights to broadcast. It must be able to make a convincing case that the stations have shown a pattern of violating rules and regulations. Even if the FCC ultimately decides to block the renewal of ABC station licenses, the network will have ample recourse in the courts, and it would be able to continue to broadcast as the fight played out. This would be an incredibly asinine move on behalf of the Trump administration, obviously through Brendan Carr's dictation, to block ABC's renewal of their station licenses because it is clearly in retaliation to a joke that was made. The federal government has never before ordered such a sweeping review of a major television network's licenses, which allow the companies to broadcast in local markets. Oh, never been done. Still, the move all but guarantees months, if not years, of legal wrangling that would lock the network in an expensive running war with the federal government. That is true. So even though most likely the government would not be legally successful in the sense that this ends up in a win, it could still cause an outcome here that is in favor of Trump because of how much of a mess this type of legal shit is. Walt Disney, ABC's parent company, said in a statement that it had long complied with FCC rules and that it was confident that record demonstrates our continued qualifications as licensees under the Communication Act and the First Amendment, and we're prepared to show that through the appropriate legal channels. Yeah, this is legal warfare. This is about as extreme an action as I've ever seen the FCC take against a broadcaster for frivolous reasons. It's a message to every other network. Watch yourself. You might be next. Jamil Jaffer, executive director at the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia University, said in a statement on Tuesday that if Mr. Trump gets his way, we'll only have government-aligned media orgs, fascism, that broadcast only government-approved news and commentary. Fascism while screaming and crying and pissing about China. Can you believe what they're doing, what they do in China? They say on government-owned media stations. Yeah, a glimpse into the future of talking about talking about how evil communism is in China from a news station that is completely government owned, because that is the only type of media that is allowed in the US, aka the free press. Yeah. It would be more difficult to imagine an outcome more corrosive to democracy or more offensive to the First Amendment. Under normal FCC protocol, ABC would not have to apply to renew any of its station's licenses, which run on 8-year terms until 2028, as Trump would be coming to the end of his presidency. But a little used provision of the law allows the FCC to force stations to apply for renewal of their licenses at any time, opening the door to an early refusal to renew. And I'm sure that provision is there because never has a president weaponized the FCC in the way that Trump does. Carr walked through a theoretical version of the process in a podcast released on Tuesday, shortly before his agency filed for the review. You can accelerate when a license comes due and say, hey, we have significant concerns about how you're conducting your operations, he said on the Katie Miller podcast. We want to review your license now and decide if you're in the public interest. I like how Katie Miller's podcast is literally just another place for Trump officials to go and stink up the place with their shit. This guy is always talking about what he's going to do on podcasts. Yeah, Brendan Carr will go on a podcast and openly talk about the corruption that he is, that he's doing. You know who doesn't need an FCC license? Katie Miller's podcast. Anyway, this is obviously so frivolous and such an abuse of the FCC, such an abuse of governmental power. Absolutely fucking stupid. We are Jimmy Kirk. Jimmy Kirk. I didn't even mean to say that. I meant to say Jimmy Kimmel. I'm tired. It's my second stream. It's my second stream. I don't know what the hell I'm saying anymore. Okay, let's talk about this. So I became aware of Noah Beck after reading a story about how his sister, Haley Beck, is facing significant legal trouble and was fired from the high school where she teaches because she was being investigated for grooming and having an inappropriate sexual relationship with an 18-year-old student at the high school. And apparently had exchanged thousands of text messages, given him money, provided him drugs and alcohol, and also did his homework. It's like she was giving him booze and weed and doing his homework for him. She was fired and is currently being investigated. So that was that part there. Okay, that was that part there. I went, who the fuck is Noah Beck? Apparently he's some big TikTok guy. He was a midfielder for the Portland Pilots men's soccer team. Okay, don't care. And then he became really popular on TikTok, and I think he's done some like D-list, C-list types of movies. And apparently he dated Dixie D'Amelio, one of the D'Amelio sisters, who's also big on TikTok. He has a Tubi movie deal. Sick. Did he date Addison Rae? I don't know, but he's TLDR, Noah Beck is in the TikTok world. Okay. So news comes out about his sister. Everyone's like, what the fuck? This is really, this is really gross. What's going on here? And then the latest is that his mom, Noah Beck's mom, has now been put on leave by her school district because because of a video that resurfaced of her simulating oral sex with her son. And people tried to defend this and be like, it was a TikTok trend. It was a TikTok trend. I don't give a fuck. That is weird. What do you mean it was a TikTok trend?
I took her to my penthouse and I freaked it. I had to make my mind up, should I keep it?
What is going on in this family?
I got big dog status, it ain't no secret.
That's your mom. What is happening? What is happening? I do need somebody who has some more tea on the Becks than I do jumping in here. Not that it's going to explain, not that there's a way to explain this in a fashion that does not make these people out to be weirdos. But just if you got any more info here as to what the hell is up with this family. So Amy Beck has been placed on administrative leave by her school district after a video resurfaced of her appearing to simulate oral sex with her son. This video, which was posted in April of 2020. So my question too is like, is this recirculating because his sister has now been fired and is currently being, I think, criminally investigated for this relationship she had with a high school senior at the school where she taught? I'm assuming yes. I'm assuming that's why it's recirculating online. And in the video, they mime a sex act while lip syncing to J-Rock's track King's Dead, which includes explicit lyrics about oral sex. The video no longer appears on Noah's TikTok account. Why did they think this was? Why did they think that this was a good video to make? Why? Why? I don't understand. This video here.
What's up, Shay? What's up, Lynn? I hit it raw. She see me in public like, what's up, friend? She talk too much, but I still hit. Cause she a fool on that.
Okay. I understand. So their whole brand of TikTok is they're white people who do TikTok trends, and it's not like they're actually great dancers or anything, right? Like the D'Amelios. They just become popular because they're white and they're doing TikTok trends and they're hot.
Pop that. What's up, Shay? What's up, Lynn? I hit it raw. She see me in public like, what's up, friend? She talk too much, but I still hit. Cause she a fool on that. Pop that. What's up, Shay?
It's like, okay, wow, great. 2.6 million views.
Tap, tap, tap. Wrist on glitter, waist on thinner. I'ma show you how to bag an 8-figure nigga. Face on zaddy, pockets on jigger. You better get the card and make it swipe like Tinder. Tap, tap.
So he's made content with some real winners out here, like James Charles. Okay. He's friends with Lorraine. I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know the TikTok world. I know a couple of them. I know D'Amelios by name. I know Addison Rae, James Charles. So I know a couple of ones who've become really famous from this world, but I don't really understand what all the collabs and stuff mean. You know, and a lot of names you might mention, I probably won't know. Now I guess the mom doesn't seem so bad. Well, I guess James Charles is a YouTube girly originally. Okay. This was them 3 months ago.
Call Kylie Jenner.
My Mumblecat, thank you for 35 months.
I need to figure out what this bitch is.
Hello.
Kylie.
What?
Why are you with my man?
Because I want to be and because I can be and because that's what I do.
Okay, but have you looked at his phone? Like, me and Timothy's been together for 3 years. I'm confused. Oh, okay. And girl, when I beat you and Stassi, baby up, don't say nothing.
What about Stormy?
Wait. Georgito, stop. No. Is that Noah? Noah? Why are you moving in slow motion?
What?
Why are you moving in slow motion?
This is so corny. I think a lot of this content is basically famous TikTokers collab with other famous TikTokers, and people like that. It's basically a lot of the content is people get excited because they're collabing.
So doing it again?
Just the edits. Yeah.
I did it again?
You did it again. Do you need help? Are you lost?
Where am I?
Oh my God, Noah, get in. Get in. I'll take care of you.
Where are we
Come
going?
on. A place that's safe for you. Vegito, put in the directions to a psychiatrist. Hey, Noah.
Hey.
Hey. I saw you out there.
Yeah.
Psychosis.
What happens?
Yeah. So. Today we.
This video is 30 minutes. Oh, I'm not fucking watching this whole thing. I kept waiting for it to end. I was like eating my pretzels. I'm okay. Is this over yet? Noah in 30 years with his mom.
How's it feel? Tell me how's it feel? Sitting up there, feeling so high, but too far away to hold me. How's it feel?
Okay, so so what do I even say aside from the fuck is wrong with this family? His mom has been put on administrative leave from Coyote Hills Elementary School within the Peoria Unified School District, amid an internal district investigation to the video. Are they investigating if, like, they're having incest relations? What? Okay, obviously this video is really whack. No, I showed the video. Here, I'll show it again.
I took her to my penthouse and I freaked it.
Yeah, obviously this is gross and weird. And why did they do this? I don't know. Why did both people in this video, mother and son, agree to do this? And then when you take this in conjunction with his sister being fired from her teaching job because now she's being investigated for this inappropriate sexual relationship she was having with a student. She was giving him money, doing his homework, buying him alcohol, drugs, etc. I am kind of curious though as to what's the investigation? What's the investigation about? You know, are they looking into whether or not Noah Beck and his mother are incestuous? Also, where's the dad? What's Father Beck up to in this whole Beck family situation? Probably to make sure she has nothing weird with the students. Yes, I would guess that given what is going on with the sister's investigation, given this creepy, gross video, now they probably are like, we have to look into Amy Beck and make sure that there's nothing more here that's concerning. It's so, can you imagine being an elementary school parent at this school and finding out that your kid's teacher has a video with her son?
Make my mind up, should I keep it? I got big dog status, it ain't no secret.
It's so it's so fucking whack. Okay, that's the last time I will play it. I promise. That's it. There were people who came in. We have chatters. We have community members in here who missed when I showed the video, and I do think it's important to have seen it to really go, wait, what the fuck is going on with this family? All right. In a message shared to families of Amy's class, the district wrote that Amy was placed on leave out of an abundance of caution while maintaining that this matter does not impact the safety of our students. The school district said that a substitute teacher would be filling in for Amy during her leave. Neither Amy nor Noah responded to people's requests for comment. Don't ruin my gym bangers like that. Oh, yeah, sorry. You probably won't be able to hear that song without picturing Noah Beck and his mom simulating oral sex. In addition to Noah, who has a combined following of over 40 million on Instagram and TikTok and is set to act, oh my God, he's going to be in the new reboot of Baywatch. Amy is a mom to daughters Tatum and Haley Beck. Earlier this year, Haley, who's also a teacher at Peoria Unified School. Wait, I just realized the mom. Okay. Oh, hold on. Okay. I just realized the mom and the sister both are teachers in the same school district in Peoria, Illinois. Now, the sister teaches high school. Haley Beck, high school. Yeah, the sister teaches high school and the mom teaches in elementary school, but they're in the same school district. It's small. This also, I know Peoria. My ex-boyfriend was from Peoria. Spent time in Peoria. It's small town vibes. Like, this is the kind of thing that I'm sure is rocking Peoria right now. Everybody is aware. Even though Peoria has not necessarily, it's not a small population. It's still, a metropolitan area. This is the type of thing that everybody is talking about. And he's like a local celebrity. Yes. And Noah Beck is super famous because of TikTok, or at least, internet celebrity. So this is also, people are dishing the tea right now. You know that this is like probably the biggest thing that's happened in Peoria in a minute. Peoria is a small town and a big town. Yeah. Wait, is this not Peoria? Hold on. Is this a different Peoria? Oh, this is in Arizona. Oops. Never mind. All I saw was Peoria Unified School District, and I thought of Peoria, Illinois. Okay, if you're from Peoria, Illinois, you can rest. You can rest easy. Your state is safe. Peoria and Arizona is taking the L. Well, maybe this is not that crazy for Arizona. Maybe it's just maybe it's just another Tuesday. I don't know. Just based on what I've heard about Arizona, and I know how the desert can be 115 degrees, it's kind of like it's kind of now y'all are going to kill me. It's kind of like Florida, where just another Florida man, just another Tuesday in Florida. Okay, Lynette, I'm sorry. I take it back. It's the Florida of the West. No, I take it back. Take it back. I'm having the hot takes tonight. Okay. Earlier this year, Haley was fired for allegedly developing a sexual relationship with a student, according to a statement of charges. An investigation conducted by the school district found that Haley allegedly offered oral sex to a former student at Centennial High School, offered to buy him tequila, sent him $630 via Apple Pay. Yikes. I mean, old people do retire there like Florida. Yes. And I know people who will move out of Los Angeles because it's too liberal and they'll go to Arizona. All my Chud family members moved to Arizona, so I think you might have something there. This is what's going to cause some of my most loyal community members who are also from Arizona to denounce me. Arizona has some cool people and some cool places. Yes. Yes, indeed. But there is something about the desert, you know? There's something about that kind of heat and people who love that kind of heat. That's what's always strange to me. People are like, "Oh my God, I love the 100-degree dry heat." Like, nope. Could not be me. How are you going to vote for Carrie Lake if you don't get out to Arizona? That's a good question. Las Vegas is worse. Yeah, that's true. I will agree with that. The sister wasn't the only pedo caught. Hold on. The sister wasn't the only pedo caught in that school. There's another older woman pedo caught in that school. The sister and that old woman abused the same boy. What the fuck? The older woman waited for him to turn 18. Why were two female teachers grooming and preying on this high school student at the same school, in the same school district where Noah Beck's mother is a teacher? And the video of her simulating oral sex with her son on TikTok is making the rounds again. Someone doesn't listen to Fear Ann because it was covered there too. So sue me. It's true. I don't listen to Fear Ann. And you know what though? If there's a story on Fear Ann, very likely that it came from me. Especially if it's Will Neff. Yeah, you think I listen to men? You think I listen to a podcast with mostly men on it who are not gay? This low-key, it's actually funny because, this was a Cutie special. Cutie and I were literally talking about this today. Because she sent me the thing about Noah Beck's mom. I was like, I know, I saw this. And she's like, what the fuck is up with this family? I said, I don't know. I recently became aware of this family.
This is Angela Berlacca, and she is the
and it's all been against my will, obviously, and it's all terrible.
teacher that was having a relationship with the same student that Haley Beck was. And for this relationship, she threw away her entire career. She worked at this school for 25 years. And she's 47 years old, having
King Broken, thank you for the 4 months.
a relationship with a high school student. She's old enough to be the kid's mom. And it's absolutely disgusting what she was doing. So she was filming herself nude, sending these videos to the boy.
Oh my God!
And in the video, she is saying his name. And she got caught because the grandmother of the boy saw one of the videos and reported it. And thankfully the grandma saw it because this led investigations into Haley Beck as well. Because once the investigations into Angela started...
Oh my God, were there like, how many other fucking teachers are we going to find?
The principal then went to
Oh
authorities.
my God, this boy, I just imagine the grandma finding this and jumping in to protect her grandbaby.
And told him about all of the complaints he was hearing about Haley. And if the story could not get more crazy, Haley knew about the relationship the student had with Angela, saying that she doesn't like being compared to her and that because Haley herself is much younger, she has a better chance at a relationship with this student. Now, Angela here voluntarily surrendered her teaching certificates, but Haley did not, so the board unanimously voted to fire her. And police are seeking felony charges.
Fuck off. Fuck all the way off, Haley Beck. Oh my God. Oh, I'm younger and hotter than her, so surely he'll want to go for me. Fuck you. None of y'all should have been, neither of you should have been doing this.
Charges for both women. And with Haley's charges, she can serve up to 2.5 years in prison, and Angela can serve up to 3 years. This is Angela Berlacca, and she is the teacher that was having a relationship with the same student that Haley Beck.
Oh my God. Oh my God. The other thing too is that even though probably most of us in here didn't know Noah Beck, obviously this is news. This is like, oh my God, I can't believe this. But this is, I can imagine, rocking TikTok. People who, Noah Beck is really, really a huge TikTok creator. So this is really, really big news, especially in the TikTok world. God, gross. The sister, Haley, allegedly spent more than $600 on the student over the course of several weeks in exchange that she allegedly said felt like straight prostitution. Okay, so if you felt that way, did you at all...
You're not coming out. I'm not.
Did you at all consider that maybe you shouldn't be pursuing this? Recently at the high school I went to, the teacher who was the faculty advisor for the Suicide Prevention Club was arrested for having a sexual relationship with one of his underage students who'd been using the club. There are so many good teachers out there, y'all. I promise. There are so many good teachers, but there are also creeps. There are also predators and creeps and pervy teachers. But a lot of good teachers too. A lot.
I grew up in a very female-dominated household, and I'm just...
Yeah, so apparently people have thought he was gay or thought that he was coming out or something like that. And he's like, no, I'm straight. But I'm not going to lie, it does seem in some things I've seen that he very much... they kind of baits.
Just not afraid to be in touch with feminine side. I think people are aggressive when they ask. They're like, oh no, there's no way he's not. I'm gonna believe it. And so it's what's the point of even saying anything? Believe what you want to believe.
Society puts really harsh stereotypes around what it means to be a man. I think being in touch with one's feminine side is way more of a blessing than a curse, as opposed to being emotionally closed off.
Yeah, 100%.
I think more men should be feminine. The world would be a much better place.
Yeah.
So you're not coming out.
I'm not. I grew up in a very female-dominated
I mean, I don't disagree.
household, and I'm just not afraid to be in.
It's just kind of hard to. It's kind of hard to consider this in the context of the feminine household being women who are predators and doing creepy incestuous shit. Those women, that feminine household. Hashtag boy mom. Yeah, yikes. Anyway, There is one more sister in this family, FYI. And I'm like, is something going to come out with sister number 2? Is a third Beck family member creepy story going to hit the towers? Look at the boy mom content on social media. It's a lot of those trends. Yeah, I'm sorry to go back to this video. I promise I'm not going to play it again. But this definitely is in that weird, gross boy mom genre of internet content. It's like moms who talk about their sons in, if you didn't know they were talking about their son, you would think they were talking about their spouse. And it's just, it's very strange. It's like you have 2 daughters. Clearly, one of these daughters has some major issues. But you have 2 daughters and you have a son. Why are you doing a video with your son that is simulating oral sex? That is just... Can't believe I have to ask that question. Can't believe I have to ask that question. But yeah, it's really giving boy mom shit. It's really... It's really... There's nothing else to say besides, why are you making videos with your son where you simulate giving him oral sex? The dad was also a teacher and soccer coach at a high school in the same school district. He retired in April 2025. Is there anything about the dad? So it seems like the whole family is teachers, aside from Noah Beck, who's making oral sex videos with his mom on TikTok.
Suspect's best friends are students.
They're nice to me.
2 teachers accused of abusing 1 student victim.
Hailey Beck, a 27-year-old former high school teacher, is under investigation after allegedly grooming her teenage student and sexually abusing him. It has been alleged that she sent over 4,000 texts and over $630 to the victim during the abuse. You might also recognize the last name Beck. Hailey Beck is the older sister of TikTok star Noah Beck, a content creator who used to make videos with the likes of the D'Amelios. We'll kind of talk about that later. According to the statement of charges, Hailey was placed on administrative leave in August 2025 after the district received a report from the police department alleging a sexual relationship with a student. The Arizona Republic reported that Hailey is accused of grooming the student for months. Hailey's attorney, Matt Long, said, "Ms. Beck is entitled to due process. We are confident that a complete review of the facts will confirm her innocence." I'm not quite sure how her innocence is going to be confirmed.
Where's the G-Ma? You mean the Beck G-Ma? She must have something too. Yeah, is this something with the women in the family?
The police report has been published online and you can see all the messages that she sent to the victim, and it is disgusting. But I guess this is just standard legal defense jargon that you would expect when somebody is accused. Another teacher from the same school was also accused of abusing the same boy. They were both put on administrative leave in August 2025, but the other teacher, Angie Berlaka, voluntarily surrendered her Arizona teaching certificate. Hailey, on the other hand, didn't. So Angie has been teaching at the school for 25 years, which...
This is an instance of women's wrongs that I am not supporting. Women
adds
L.
another disturbing layer to this whole situation, because you just think there probably is other victims involved. Because Hailey didn't give up her teaching certificate, she was subsequently fired after the school district board voted for her to be dismissed. Again, that's all well and good, but the damage has kind of already been done, and it begs the question, how do 2 predators become hired at a school? I mean, is there background checks, or was this their first? You know, I just highly doubt that this was an isolated incident. I think
and then also going after the same boy.
It's one of the most disheartening things about this entire situation. You know, you send your kids off to school, you expect them to be safe. The documents released show that Hailey Beck gave the child money, gifts, including special treatment during classes. Special treatment in quotation marks. Obviously, it doesn't really feel like the appropriate word in this scenario, but this kind of...
Yeah, I think her legal team is claiming that she didn't break any laws, and I think they're probably going to try to say that he was 18 or sorry, that they waited till he turned 18.
Included boosting of his grades.
Even though it's obviously still grooming, it's still predatory, it's still power dynamics, it's still an abusive situation.
Helped work more than the other students. The police also said she gave him access to her car, bought him gifts, food, alcohol, and drugs, and paid him more than $600, calling herself a sugar mama and writing that it felt like straight prostitution. So yeah, this situation is particularly disturbing. If you are on TikTok, you've probably seen people talk about it. Many people making jokes about it. We'll get onto that later. But I feel like I should cover this because I do feel like there is an underrepresentation of male victims, especially when it comes to women being the perpetrators.
Yeah.
And the reason why this has also got this whole other side to it, which I wanted to cover, is that Noah Beck is the sister of Haley, the person we're talking about today. Now, you'll know Noah Beck. He did videos with the likes of Bryce Hall and Charlie D'Amelio and that kind of genre of TikToker that just dance and kind of become famous for
she meant brother, but
no reason. And I think it's really unfair, really, for Noah. I've seen a lot of people say that they think that he knew, and a lot of people say that he's at fault in some kind, and I think people jump into them conclusions should be really careful. But I think it's really unfair to be including Noah as someone who should be accountable when we don't know that to be true yet. Obviously, if it comes out that he had known or he did know, then that's a completely different story. But I've seen literally people use headlines like Noah Beck's sister, and I just think it's unfortunate that his name's getting dragged through the mud when it's this woman who should be held accountable and should be being criticized. We're gonna have a look through some of the conversations between Haley and the victim. It's really sad and really disturbing. I genuinely felt sick reading through the documents. On the 30th of July 2025, the police department received information regarding two teachers from a retracted high school, later identified as Angela Belak and Haley Beck, were engaged in some form of relationship with the student identified as retracted. Initial information was not clear if the two teachers were co-conspirators or were acting independently of each other. An initial report, 2025, was created to document the incident. Angela was the first teacher to be identified, and at the time Haley had not been identified. It wasn't until later that Haley was identified, and a second report was created to document Haley's involvement. As this investigation continued, both investigations shared a significant amount of information, and it became difficult to separate. Therefore, both incidents will have the same information as they share many of the probable cause for legal process throughout the investigation. After identifying myself to Haley, I provided her a copy of the search warrant and explained it to her line by line.
I mean, I have to wonder here, because the mom is making videos like that with her son. What's the vibe like at home? Is this something that this type of predatory relationship would not have been discouraged? Like, I don't want to kind of speculate too much, but there is something, there's the element here, because this involves women, right? Female predators, that of course there is the belief that just by being a woman, you can't be a predator. You cannot be in the position that a man could be in, where you are grooming and preying on somebody who you hold a position of power over. His mom knew it's on the docks. I
would be seizing her cell phone, which was in her hands while I was speaking with her. Haley handed me her cell phone and was cooperative. I explained to Haley the search warrant was for her residence as well as her workplace. She understood. I asked Haley if she was willing to speak with me. She said yes. I told her we would speak at the police station or speak inside my unmarked police vehicle, whichever she felt more comfortable with. Haley chose to speak in the police vehicle. I led Haley to the police vehicle and she sat in the front passenger seat while I sat in the driver's seat. Once inside, I made it abundantly clear Haley was not under arrest, not detained, and free to leave at any point. I specifically told her if she at any point she no longer wished to speak with me, she was free to leave at any point. Haley acknowledged this information. I explained to Haley because she was not in my custody and it was clear the conversation was consensual, I was not going to read her rights. She understood. Lastly, I asked if she acknowledges she does not have to talk to me. She said absolutely. The following is a summary of what Haley told me. For exact details, please refer to the digital recording, which was later uploaded to actionevidence.com. Haley said she's going on her 6th year of teaching at the high school, and this is the only school she's ever taught at. Haley teaches social studies and psychology. I asked Haley if she was familiar with blank, and she said yes. I asked her to tell me about the relationship with blank. Haley has had blank as a student twice in the past 2 years. Haley said they got close as peers, then immediately corrected and said not as peers, but as teacher-student, and he is always in her classroom. Haley said blank is going through a lot with transferring to another school in California. Haley said she knows blank well. I clarified blank is blank. Haley confirmed. She said everyone calls him blank. Sorry, it's a bit confusing with the redacted. I asked Haley if she ever
her saying her saying they got close as peers. No, you didn't. You're a fucking teacher. Okay. You were in the position of power and authority, not just because you're older, but because you are literally in a position of authority by being a teacher at this school and he being a student. You're not peers.
Contact students outside of school or a school function. Hailey said she always gives out her phone number on parent information sheets. Hailey also said she is the girls' soccer coach and her soccer players have her phone number. Hailey said her players will text her for emergencies in case they can't practice. Hailey does communicate with other students via the school messaging applications. Now, obviously, I don't know what school messaging applications entails, but there is absolutely no reason, in my opinion, that a teacher should be contacting any students.
Also something about the fact that she teaches psychology. Maybe she needs to really actually dig into psychology some to understand why she's justifying it this way to the cops. What psychologically is going on here that she is likening the two of them to peers and sees him as like a boy that she's in high school with.
Unless it is via emails, where the emails are often monitored.
I mean, obviously, could be just saying that to try to get out of culpability,
By the school,
responsibility.
I don't know.
Here.
To me, I think any teacher that has access to message their students, that's an automatic alarm bell. And what I don't understand is at a school where clearly Hailey was talking to many students, is how the school didn't pick up on the fact that this woman was talking to people in a non-professional manner. Talking to, not people, kids. Hailey was talking to children. I mean, like, I don't know the ins and outs, but I just failed to see how the school didn't know that two of their teachers was communicating with their children. It's really scary to think that, when you have children, you send them to a school, you expect them to be safe, and this is what's happening. Hailey said she has communicated with blank via Instagram over the summer.
Yeah, I can't get over the information that this was two female teachers. Two of them.
Because he was in a weird place about going to another school. Hailey said she felt like she and blank had a good student-teacher relationship and he felt comfortable talking to her about issues. Immediately a red flag. Again, there should be no social media communication between a teacher and a student. The crazy thing is she would have known at this point, oh, I fucked it. Why lie? Like, this is what I hate about abusers. Like, they always lie and lie and lie because in their head they can never be an abuser. They're never the bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
Hailey said she and blank do not follow each other on Instagram, but felt that blank was giving her a heads up about being leaving. Whoever wrote, being leaving does make sense. Never mind. I'm just stupid today. I asked Hailey if blank had a phone number. She said yes. Hailey told me her brother has a significant following on social media, which is yes. Noah Beck, as we mentioned. I conducted research prior to speaking with Hailey and learnt Hailey's brother Noah Beck is a high-income social media personality. Noah is reported to have 33 million followers on TikTok, 7.8 million followers on Instagram, and over 1.51 million subscribers on YouTube. Noah has a reported net worth to be between $3 to $6 million as of 20.
Did she fucking name drop her brother in order to in order to, I don't know, impress this high schooler? She's using her brother and his following online. Another coercive element.
2024. Noah was listed in Forbes 30 under 30 social media in 2023.
God.
Again, I think this is what makes the situation extra crazy for some people because this is Noah Beck's sister. I actually feel sorry for Noah Beck. I think his name being in the forefront of this is very unfortunate when he has nothing to do with it, right? This is his sister who is an abuser, and now his name is being used in so many headlines. Obviously, my sympathy only goes as far believing that he had no knowledge of it. A lot of people are jumping to the conclusion that he knew. I don't particularly think that's a fair conclusion.
Also, here's what I'm going to say. That video of him and his mom, it was from 2020, I think. He was 19 years old. I obviously don't know the relationship between him and his mother, but his mother, if he came to her and was like, hey mom, let's do this funny TikTok trend, should have said no. Okay. That was something where she should have put her foot down and gone, no. And don't you ever ask that again. And let me, since you clearly don't understand, let me explain to you why this is really inappropriate. Okay. I am not going to simulate oral sex on a TikTok video. It might, yeah. Was it her idea? I don't know.
To come to when we don't know that, and he genuinely might not have known.
She name dropped him to the cops, so it could be her trying to say, I can't be in trouble. My brother's so and so. Oof.
Most abusers don't go around telling people that they're abusing children. Hailey said she also appeared on social media with her brother, and her information is easily accessible to the public. Hailey said her brother is popular amongst high schoolers, and she frequently gets asked about him. Yeah, I'm sure she'll pull that card, won't she? Oh, I just talk to people because they like my brother and blah, blah, blah. Hailey continued to say that Blank initially messaged her via Instagram, then randomly text messaged her later in spring semester. She said it was during this time Blank was thinking of transferring to California. She clarified and said the end of May of 2025. I asked Hailey why would Blank leave for California in his senior year in high school. I knew Blank was the something when something high school won the state championship. Hailey said she never pried, but Blank felt the coaching staff wasn't advocating for him. Next, I told Hailey I had received information that there had been complaints from other staff and students about Hailey's relationship with
Okay, does anybody know when this video first was posted? And then eventually, and then it sounds as if he took it down. Were people like, what the fuck? Or was it because it was COVID and everyone's kind of just losing their minds, that nobody really, this was just not even a blip? It was 2020 that it was initially posted and then was taken down and is now recirculating. And I'm assuming because of the case here with his sister. Draco Kid, thank you for the 30 months. Bro, my friend in high school's little sister was just 3 to 4 years younger than us. Ran a hugely popular TikTok page that kept being taken down because she kept doing inappropriate videos, and many times with my friend's parents. It was insane, and his parents not only enabled it but encouraged it. You know when people will say, where are the parents? Where are the parents? Well, oftentimes it's the parents who are encouraging it.
Blank. I provided examples of hearing about inappropriate messages and being seen in public together. I asked Hailey if there were any truth to these accusations.
Are you familiar with the Paul brothers' years of incestuous content? What? With each other and the dad? Trisha Paytas has a ton of incestuous content. What's going on? Remember when Jake Paul blindfolded a teenage girl and made her make out with his dad? No. There's unfortunately a decent amount of TikTok incest baiting. You all have to remember, I missed all this. I was not around. I was not here watching TikTok incest content with millions of other people on the internet. Hundreds of millions, billions, I don't know. Every other person, I guess. You're telling me that a lot of these TikTokers and internet stars were doing incest content? Why is that even a genre of content? Why is incest content even a genre? Here's the video so you don't think I'm lying. I don't think you're lying. I am just... I'm not sure what to say.
Got smoked! Oh my gosh, bro.
I need 18 cigarettes. Kissing contest, me versus my dad?
What are we gonna do? We're gonna race right now, bro. Oh, yeah? All right, so let me explain the race. So we have to do 2 laps, then 3 donuts.
Oh my God, this explains so much about them. Okay. I don't want to watch this whole thing. So basically they were just all making out with each other. It was like making out, the Paul bros making out and then making out with their dad. Kissing contest, me versus my dad. I really, this has 8.7 million views.
We're all gonna kiss you, and then you have to guess. You have to say 1, 2, or 3 was the best. Okay?
Maybe 4.
Dad, come here. We have to figure out the order. Okay. You got it. Okay, I'll go first. Yeah. You go
Oh my God, this is why the kids are so brain damaged.
second. You go third. Okay. He's not gonna see it.
Ew, the dad is so creepy.
You can't say anything. Oh, we have the order figured out. Olivia, you have nothing to be worried about. I brush my teeth every morning. I don't know about Anthony.
Okay, today on Who's the Best Kisser, we have 3 fine contestants here, all Ohio.
I would rather rip off my lips.
Born and raised.
Merch link in bio.
Always plug. First contestant, please step on up. Okay, contestant number 1, good job. That is it for contestant number 1. Contestant number 2, are you ready? Okay, he's ready. Contestant number 2, step on up. Contestant number 2, great job. Last but certainly not least, contestant number 3, step on up. Good job. Okay, that concludes our contest today of Who's the Best Kisser, down to 1.
I am so grateful every day to have the father that I have. Every day I am grateful for my dad, who never in a million fucking years would be a creepy, perverted shit like this. Ew. Oh, God. Why is stream today feeling like this?
And viddy films I would. Where I was taken to, brothers, was like no cine I ever vidded before. I was bound up in...
Will, is that you? Hello? Oh, I was just wondering if that was you. Okay.
in a straitjacket, and McGulliver was strapped to a headrest with like wires running away from it. Then they...
I know, this stream is really giving Clockwork Orange. Y'all, what the fuck? I know you might not believe me. I think that is the first video I've ever watched of one of the Paul brothers that's not a video that's talking about like the many scams and controversies of the Paul brothers. Obviously, I know all about Logan going to the suicide forest, acting a piece of shit fool in Japan, Jake Paul being a piece of shit. Like, I know all these people are piece of shit. I never watched, I did not know the ins and outs here. Why are so many of these people why are they so nasty and why are they so famous? Why are they so rich and famous? Why did we make these people famous? Why did we make these people famous. I wish I hadn't learned that Jake kissed his dad transitively. That Jake's dad is creepy and kissing teenage girls who are blindfolded. Yeah, one of the island boys who kissed their twin brother. Oh my God, I forgot about them.
Okay, good.
Girl, I have a mansion. I have a
That's
nice car.
rented on Airbnb?
I have a nice car.
I'm so proud of you.
Okay.
Good job.
And you're broke as
Okay, yes. Did kissing your brother get you the mansion?
Your teeth are yellow.
Okay, that's fine. I can get them fixed, but you can't unkiss your brother.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Girl, I have a mansion. I have.
That is true. She cooked him. She cooked him real good. Because they're sickos that like that shit. They had full open sex, like they did not just kiss. You know what? This is what happens when I do 2 streams in a day. Okay. When I sleep for 4 hours and I do 2 streams in a day, this is where we end up, and it's hell. It is hell. Everything I learn, I regret knowing. Me too. You know what? It really does feel like that's enough internet for the day. I think what's hard for me to come to terms with is I know these people now because they're so rich and famous, and the fact that they have influence in politics, which is so fucking crazy, that all of them were involved in the latest presidential election. That they're at the inauguration, they're at the, election night party. And this is how they became famous. It's not that I thought that they became famous from doing wholesome good content, but I just was not aware of how many people became so incredibly famous from doing the same disgusting, sick shit. Need to get lobotomized after this. I know. Do you know about Anna Paul and her brother recording OnlyFans content for her? Is that a Paul sibling? Is that another Paul sibling? I can't do, I honestly, I can't do anymore. I can't. Cutie talked about how parents would kiss. Yes, I do remember her talking about how parents would kiss students blindfolded during events at her high school. Yeah. Yeah. And their audiences are so young. They're so young. There was kids watching this. It's horrible because that means that there's an audience for that. I know. I think the internet was bad. I think the internet was a bad venture. The internet was a mistake. The internet was a mistake. Keep in mind, I'm pretty sure there's an adpocalypse during that time where even cussing would get your video demonetized. Laura, you should know. Is this really Laura I need to know?
Just met Logan Paul just like a couple seconds ago. Got a picture with him. Talked to him a little bit. Told that man I'm going to be on Impulsive. He got my name. He said he's remember it. Said I'm going to be on there. So Logan, you better own up.
Oh my God. Is this that piece of shit Nick Shirley? They're all in the same world.
Do it. I'm going to get on there, bro. I promise.
Hey man, love your work.
Did I ever tell you guys when I worked at a club and we had to host Tana Mojo and Jake Paul's engagement party, and it was just a bunch of the biggest fuckhead TikTokers who were at this thing. And I was like, these two people are getting married. What is this? Yeah, I had to help with this party.
Congrats, man. Congrats. Oh. I don't know if anyone knows that. Congrats, Tana. Yeah. Good, how are you? Yeah, good. Great night. Yes, we had lots of fun. Yeah, it was awesome.
I'm too tired though.
Oh, man. My stomach hurts. Do you want something that's more normal to complain about, like bad music?
Never felt this free before. I'm high and I'm getting higher. Chains don't rattle no more. Good.
Like I said, I cannot believe Taylor Swift held up Somber as an example of a male songwriter, lyricist, god when Jelly Roll's right there.
Lord, I'm feeling lighter.
This is for FIFA. I'm drinking the dregs of my green juice to counteract the damage that's been done to my brain. Wait, this is not just for FIFA. It's the theme song for the World Cup.
Too heavy, weigh me down like a broke down Chevy till my soul was good and ready to lay them burdens down. I was shackled and battling in a war with myself. I was praying and praying my way out of that hell. Same old boots, but they're off the ground. Devil try to catch me now. Now them chains don't rattle.
Honestly, at this point, you might as well have fucking Kid Rock. You know, this is making me nostalgic for Kid Rock. It's so Fordcore. Yeah, it's the stomp clap bullshit. I have a better song.
But that's not very interesting, is it?
Oh my God.
So let's go on the toxic.
Wait, are we almost at the 3-year? When is the anniversary of Toxic Gossip Train? June 28th. Okay, so we're not officially at the
Gossip train. The locomotive's fueled with hateful accusations. The toxic gossip train.
Y'all know I do love this though.
All over someone's reputation. Toxic gossip train. Hop on board but close your eyes. But that's not very interesting, is it? So let's go on the toxic gossip train. The locomotive's fueled with hateful accusations. The toxic gossip train. Steamroll over someone's reputation.
I kind of feel I will admit that I do love this song. Piece of shit. It's a fucking earworm. Okay, I will stop. I will stop. Here's good music for you. Okay, thank God.
Hello. Oh my God. Hi, Paris. It's Zara. Zara, how's my favorite Swedish princess doing? I'm good. I'm just wrapping up my tour.
My favorite Lisa Frank.
Well, yeah. Anyways, I was thinking of coming to visit you. Like
Lisa Frank vomit.
But I'm gonna bring some of my friends. Is that okay? As long as they're swimming. Oh, for sure. First we got Kelani. Obviously, Pink Panthers is coming.
This is so.
Malibu and Helena Gao are gonna pull up together.
This is so 2000s.
You're gonna love my girl Eli. Robin's in. Hot. Madison Beer and Bambi probably gonna convoy. A convoy? That's sick. And Shakira. Oh, she's definitely coming.
Shakira!
Okay, wait. JT and Margot ASSS. You'll hear them before you see them.
Is this a new song?
Mm-hmm. Yup. Emilia's Trouble.
Or what is this an announcement for?
And Tyla. That's hot. And sexy. Want a red shotgun in my pink Bentley? Duh. I gotta go. I'll see you very soon.
New album?
Good, babe. I'll see you soon.
You know what? The thing about Zara Larsson, she's got her branding down. When you see something that's either hers or is Zara Larsson coded, she comes to mind. But she's doing a remix album. Don't forget this Caroline Bob. World mama, people living like they got no mamas. No. I think the whole world's addicted to the drama. Where did he get this fan? Drama. Only attracted to things that'll bring him trauma. Overseas, yeah, we're trying to stop terrorism, but we still got terrorists, Hassan Piker, still living. In the USA, the big CIA, the Bloods and the Crips, and the KKK. If you only got love for your own race, then you only leave space to discriminate. God, I know every word. And to discriminate only generates hate. And when you hate, then you're bound to get irate. Yeah. Because madness is what you demonstrate. And it's exactly how anger works and operates. Man, you got to have love that you set us straight. Take control of your mind. And
I kind of ate that. I don't know.
What's wrong with the world, mama? People living like they got no mamas. I think the whole world. I'm crying. Oh my God. Talk about high art, truly. And he did eat that. He did. Oh my God. When theater kids unite, there is nothing that we can't do. Nothing. This is the palate cleanser that we needed. I was not prepared. Somebody said, I really don't live for her. Y'all be going up for just any white girl and it's sad? Me? Who said that? Y'all be going up for just any white girl and it's sad? Please let it be a bot. Please let it be a bot. Okay, Beyonce profile pic. Beyonce profile pic. I'm going to say it's a bot. I usually like Caroline, but this was cringe to the nth degree. I'm getting canceled. Y'all, this is it for me. It's over. It's totally over for me. That's it. Black Eyed Peas, Where's the Love? And Christian doing a dance rendition. It's Caroline Kwan's over party. You hate to see a white girl go down like this. Where my white girls at to come to my defense probably are over me because of what I said about Taylor Swift earlier. The white girls are like, oh, now you need us? You gonna change your tune on what Taylor Swift had to say about somber? You can change your tune now that you need us, now that you're calling in the white girls? Simultaneously, I am anti-white, but also a white girl who no one should be living for. And you know what? Can't really disagree with that. Now, where's the love, white girls? As they sip from their Stanleys, me too. I also am sipping from my Stanley. I can't believe this is how I go down. Unfortunately, there's so many clips of you claiming white womanhood to own right wingers. Unfortunately, that is very true. That I have on many occasions said I am a white woman. When I said, why was I not on the call? The White Women for Kamala call, where was my invite? Got lost in the mail. There's a lot of evidence of me calling myself a white girl, so I can't, if I try to sit here and deny it. Being real, you're white when they want you to be white and Asian when they want you to be Asian. See, that's too real. That is too real. Like, I'm just thinking about child me growing up and going, I wish I were a white girl because white girls are pretty and maybe I wouldn't have the experiences I'm having if I were a white girl and I would fit in with all the other white girls. 2 years later, I'm like, calling me a white girl? It's like the thing that I wanted when I was 12 years old and now I'm like, excuse me. Oh, how the turntables. Call me a vanilla latte out here? You live and you learn. This is a Disney movie with a monkey paw. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Not beating the white girl allegations. Cut to Hayden Panettiere crumping. Cut to Hayden Panettiere being like, what's crumping? And then her successfully crumping like no one has ever crumped before. Oh, God. What do I even say? It's all true. It's all true. Speaking of white girls, my fave, Nicole Kidman. If ASAP Rocky and Nicole Kidman swept lives for a day.
If I had to swap with her for a day, I would definitely steal whatever the hell is in her closet because I know she got some shit.
Well, one, I'd get to kiss your wife.
Yo, you got it. Nothing tops that. That was
ASAP is like, I want Nicole's fashion. I want her slay ass fits. And Nicole's like, I would like to make out with Rihanna.
fire. Okay.
Done.
If I had to swap with her for a day, I would definitely steal whatever the hell is in her closet because I know she got some shit.
I don't think he expected that answer at all. He's like, well, we're not married, but I know what you meant.
Shit.
Well, one, I'd get to kiss your wife.
Yo, you got it.
The bisexuality is fighting to get out and take over like Venom, and you gotta let it win, Nicole. I mean, you know what? She's in her divorced from Keith Urban era. Also still divorced from Tom Cruise era. Divorced from shitty dudes era. Why not? Go for it. Nicole and Rihanna as a couple?
Oh, what was that? Oh, what is that? What is that? What are they doing? Why are they doing that? What the fuck is that?
It smells like the sea.
Caroline, did you just drive by, insult them, and say it smells like the sea?
Would be nice here.
I love that Sam refers to me as, like, she refers to Caroline as Caroline. Like, this is the real Caroline. This is white girl Caroline. Tim Robinson in that damn hat. This combines both top stories of the day, Euphoria and Taylor Swift. Why does Vape Girl kind of look like Taylor Swift?
How are you?
It all comes full circle.
Did you change your number?
Wait, why does she look like Taylor Swift?
Hi. Hi. I missed you so much. How are you?
The fact that the character is Vape Girl.
Did you change your number?
Also, the fact that this is what they wore to a wedding.
Hi.
The fact that this is what they wore to a wedding. Oh my God. I do love when things come full circle at the end of stream. That's the way. Oh my God. I am so tired. I feel like I psychologically went through so much with that TikToker shit. And now I'm like, I'm destroyed. I am spiritually exhausted. Only one way to end the stream.
What's wrong with the world, mama? People living like they ain't got no mamas. I think the whole world's addicted to drama. Only attracted to things that'll bring a trauma. Overseas, yeah, we trying to stop terrorism. But we still got terrorists here living. In the USA, the big CIA, the Bloods and the Crips and the KKK. But if you only have love for your own race, then you only leave space to discriminate. And to discriminate only generates hate. And when you hate, then you're bound to get irate. Yeah. Madness is what you demonstrate. And that's exactly how anger works and operates. Man, you gotta have love to set it straight. Take control of your mind and meditate. Let your soul gravitate to the love, y'all.
Oh my God. I remember thinking that this music video went so hard. Caroline Manuel Miranda. I remember thinking song went so hard, music video went so hard. The whole thing went so hard.
Children hurt and you hear them crying. Can you practice what you preach? And would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us. Send some guidance from above. These people got me questioning. Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love?
It just ain't the same. Always a change. New days are strange. Is the world insane? If love and peace is so strong, why are the pieces of love that don't belong? Nations dropping bombs, chemical gases filling the lungs of little ones with ongoing suffering as the youth are young. So ask yourself, is the loving really gone? So I can ask myself, really what is going wrong in this world that we living in? People keep on living in, making wrong decisions, only visions of them living in, not respecting each other.
Deny thy brother. A war's going on, but the reason's undercover. The truth is kept secret. It's swept under the rug. If you never know truth, then you never know love. So where's the love, y'all?
Come on, I don't know. Where's the truth, y'all?
Come on, I don't know.
Where's the love, y'all?
People killing, people dying, children hurt and you hear them crying. When you practice what you preach, and would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us. Send some guidance from above. These people got me questioning. Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? The love? I feel the weight of
The world on my shoulder. As I get older, your people get colder. Most of us only care about money making. Selfishness got us falling in the wrong direction. Wrong information always shown by the media.
Negative images is the main criteria.
Infecting the young minds faster than bacteria. Kids wanna act like what they see in the cinema.
Whatever happened to the values of humanity? Whatever happened to the fairness and equality? Instead of spreading love, we're spreading animosity. Lack of understanding leading us away from unity. That's the reason why sometimes I'm feeling under. That's the reason why sometimes I'm feeling down. It's no wonder why sometimes I'm feeling under. Gotta keep my faith alive till love is found. Now ask yourself, where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love?
Where is it?
Sing with me, y'all.
One world, one world. We only got one world, one world. That's all we got. One world, one world. And something's wrong with it. Something's wrong with it. Something's wrong with the good world. Yeah, we only got one world, one world. That's all we got. One world.
Wow, that was incredible. Wow, 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 wow. What a very different very different stream vibe than first stream from today. Just goes to show she's got variety. She's got the ability to do it all here. And now time to dive into Mr. Beast. Once again, we'll not be talking about the Mr. Beast case, but plan on talking about the Mr. Beast case. But I have hit my limit, I think. I've hit my limit. So that's it. I'm out of here. Blue Milk Tea, thank you for the 5 months. Seth Angelo, thank you for the 22 months. Soul Boot, thank you for the bits. Pay Your Fees, thank you for the 8 months. Oh my God. You know what? I'll be back tomorrow. I think I had on my schedule, I'll be TBD, but I will be live tomorrow night. So I will see you all then. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here for all that. And I'm sorry that, you learned a lot of things that you didn't need to know. So may I suggest a self-lobotomization? I'm going to go do that myself. I can go take care of that. It's just a little reset, you know? So many new sentences. Every day, so many new sentences. All right. I will see you guys later. Good night.